We do have a quorum, and it is 6:01, so over to you when you're ready. Chair Carr, I believe you're muted.
You can tell Harry that I've got my panel up. I don't have my orange cone, but I'm not going to worry about that for now. So, um, unless he wants, can you ask him? Does he want to remote in and see if he can't get my orange cone up or not?
Just one moment. Here we go. Over to you, Chair Carr.
Good evening, everyone. I will now call the public hearing of November 23rd, 2021 to order. This meeting is convened by electronic means, and as such, council members may participate in phone or by electronic means. For council members participating by electronic means, please ensure your video is turned on and let the clerk know if you leave the meeting for the purposes of confirming quorum. If council members attending by electronic means lose connection during any portion of this hearing, we will recess the meeting until the connection is restored. If council members lose connection during the voting process, staff will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Members of the public can view the proceedings via the live stream and YouTube link, which is tweeted out by @Ben City Clerk. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the incredible contribution of City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day and most nights to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Stewart is absent on civic business. Councillor Carr is the deputy mayor and chairing. Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry.
Sorry, present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Weeb.
Present.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle was here earlier. Okay. Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Lai has a leave of absence for civic business for this evening, and Councillor Kirby Young.
Present.
The hearing has quorum, Deputy Mayor Carr.
Thank you. Before we begin, I have a few announcements. The public may participate by speaking in person, by phone, or by submitting written comments to Mayor and Council. Speakers have 5 minutes to make comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Speakers should also state whether they are in support or opposed to the recommendations and if they are a resident of Vancouver. Speakers may only speak once and should follow along on Twitter @VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so that you don't miss your turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be submitted in writing through online web form at vancouver.ca/public-hearing-comments. This link will also be tweeted. Those speaking on behalf of other persons or groups will have 8 minutes to speak only if those represented are also present on the phone or in person and must not be speakers themselves. Speakers who pre-registered with presentations are reminded that the public live feed has a slight delay. To navigate through slides of your presentation, please say next so that the clerk may advance your slide. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. A reminder that Council's role at a public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means Council is only to consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions from speakers, including the applicant, or technical advice from staff, but should save debate for after the close of the speakers list. After hearing from speakers, Council may 1. Approve the application in principle, or 2. Refuse the application, or 3. Refer the application to staff for further consideration. On November 16th, 2021, Council completed items 1 and 2. So we will start tonight with item 3. Finally, if Council does not conclude hearing from all speakers this evening, we will recess and reconvene the meeting on December 15th, 2021 at 6 p.m. As I will be on a leave of absence from 7 to 8 p.m. tonight, we need to select a chair for that portion of the meeting. I'm serving as deputy mayor, but beyond that, now we have to choose a chair. So would a council member like to volunteer to assume the chair's role for this hearing during my absence?
I would be happy to do so.
Yeah. Okay. We have one person volunteering. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Any other volunteers? Okay. I just think I'm going to ask if this can be done by consensus. All those in favor of Councillor Hardwick serving as chair in my absence from 7 to 8 p.m., please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Great, thank you so much, Councillor Hardwick.
No
So
problem.
we're going to start with item 3, CD1 rezoning, 1837 to 1863 East 11th Avenue and 2631 to 2685 Victoria Drive. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on item 3? So I'm hearing none. The clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
There's an application by Granville Woodland Limited Partnership to rezone 8037 to 1863 East 11th Avenue and 2631 to 2685 Victoria Drive from residential district to comprehensive development district to permit the development of a 6-story residential building and the retention and conservation of a designated heritage building consisting of 136 secure market rental units, a height of 20.5 meter, and a floor space ratio of 2.87 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, Sustainability recommends approval, subject to the conditions set on the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. The following correspondence has been received since referred to public hearing and prior to the close of the speaker list and received public comments. 12 pieces of correspondence support, 1 piece of correspondence in opposition, and 3 pieces of correspondence in dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great, thanks you so much. Just to make sure everybody's aware of in the public about speaking, anyone who wishes to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for those on the phone or in person to speak at the end of the registered speakers list. We do have speakers registered for this item. I believe that there are right now for this item 3 speakers registered. We have Kent McDougall, rezoning planner of the Rezoning Center, Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability, here to present the application. You can, of course, council move to waive the application, the presentation, but we do have speakers, so I'm going to, unless somebody moves that, I'll suggest we proceed with the presentation. Great. Go ahead, Kent McDougall.
Okay, the mic's live. Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Kent McDougall, and I am the rezoning planner for this rezoning application. This application is for a 6-story secured rental building with the retention and relocation of a heritage house on site. The site, outlined in red, is located at the northwest corner of East 11th Avenue and Victoria Drive. A small north-south lane currently divides the site into 2 legal parcels. It is currently zoned RM4, allowing for a variety of multiple dwelling types, and is developed with 8 detached residential buildings containing 19 rental units. The surrounding zoning is predominantly RM4 as well, and consists of single, detached, and multifamily residential buildings generally up to 3.5 to 4 stories. If we move to the next slide, just to the northwest of the site is a 5-story office building highlighted in blue, and to the northeast is the Immigrant Services Society Welcome Center at 6 stories highlighted in purple. The site is located in proximity to a number of parks, community centers, child care facilities, and schools, and falls within the catchment areas of Lower Seacourt Elementary and Vancouver Technical Secondary. The site is also within 3 blocks of one of the region's most significant transit hubs at the commercial Broadway SkyTrain station. There is a heritage building on site known as the Carme Residence. The building was built in 1910 and is designated on the Vancouver Heritage Register. This application is being considered under the Grandview Woodland Community Plan, with this site being located within the commercial Broadway Station precinct area. More specifically, the site falls within the station residential sub-area of the station precinct, where the plan envisions a mix of 6 to 10-story apartments which achieve affordable housing objectives along with public realm improvements. Under the plan, for a 100% secured rental housing, up to 6 stories and 2.4 FSR can be considered. The plan also encourages heritage retention, providing direction to use tools and incentives available through citywide policies to protect heritage resources. Applicable citywide heritage policies state that rezoning should not result in the demolition or severe alteration of a heritage building, and variances, relaxations, and other discretionary approvals for development, including bonus density, are the most common form of incentives provided in exchange for its protection and conservation. The site is also subject to the Grandview Woodland Community Plan Pace of Change policy, which limits applications involving demolition of existing rental housing covered by the Rental Housing Stock Official Development Plan to no more than 5 sites in the first 3 years of the plan. The application is one of the initial 5 development sites being considered. If council approves this application, the 19 secondary rental units on site would be replaced with 136 new secured rental units, representing a net gain of 117 new rental units. For context, staff note that this site previously received council approval to be rezoned to accommodate an 11-story mixed tenure residential building with the proposed heritage retention and relocation. Mixed tenure in this case being a mix of strata titled and rental residential. Prior to enactment, the 11-story proposal was withdrawn and a new 6-story secured rental application was submitted. During the enactment process for the previous approval, the designation of the heritage house was completed. Current proposal, submitted in September of 2020, is to rezone the site to permit the 6-story secured rental building and the retention, relocation, and refurbishing of the heritage building on site. The proposal includes 136 secured rental units, with 36% of the units being family-oriented with 2 or more bedrooms. A density of 2.89 FSR is proposed, building height of 67 feet, ground level indoor and outdoor amenity spaces at the front and rear of the building, and 1 level of underground parking accessed from the rear lane. This project will create approximately 476 new on-site and off-site jobs. To accommodate the redevelopment, the heritage building located on site, which is highlighted in orange, is to be relocated to the northwest corner of the site fronting Victoria Drive, highlighted in green. A rezoning information site sign was installed on site and postcards were distributed within the area. A virtual open house was held in January on the city's Shape Your City platform, and a total of 56 submissions were received. Generally, comments of support noted the building height, massing, and density being appropriate given proximity to transit, support for more rental housing, the building being well designed, and support for the restoration and retention of on-site heritage building. Generally, comments of concern noted the height, massing, and density, affordability, a reduction in proposed family-oriented units from the previous application, and insufficient parking. Proposal was presented to the city's urban design panel in February of 2021, where the panel supported it with recommendations to improve the design and neighborhood fit. The proposal was also presented to the Vancouver Heritage Commission in April of 2021, which supported the proposal with recommendations to improve the relationship between the 6-story building and the retained heritage building. In response to the feedback received, staff note that the proposal generally complies with the plan and heritage policies in terms of housing tenure, building height, density, and heritage retention. Parking is to be provided in accordance with the parking bylaw, and the housing mix proposed is in alignment with the city's family room requirements. However, staff have included a rezoning condition encouraging a broader mix of unit types. As well, rezoning conditions seek to refine the building design, explore the inclusion of a rooftop amenity space, and improve the overall neighborhood fit. A minor reduction in density from 2.89 FSR to 2.87 FSR is recommended to improve the design relationship between the heritage and 6-story rental buildings. If we move to the next slide, the area, the proposed reduction in FSR is highlighted in red. The proposal includes almost $3 million in public benefits, including the retention and restoration of the on-site heritage building at approximately $700,000 and approximately $2.3 million in estimated development cost levies. In conclusion, the application is generally consistent with the Grandview Woodland Community Plan and heritage policies, and the project will deliver 136 new units of secured market rental housing towards the goals of the Housing Vancouver strategy. Staff support the application subject to conditions of approval found in Appendix B. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Chair Carr,
Thank you very much. I'm wondering if the applicant team is here to speak to the application.
Hi, Councillor Carr and other councillors. It's Evan Allegretto again from Intracorp. Thanks for having us. I'm here with David Wu and then Stanley from RWA, our architect. We're here for questions. The one thing I just wanted to point out, which Kent did a really good job, is that this application originally was approved for 11-story condo strata mixed use project. We tried to make that work, but unfortunately the economics trying to make the rental work in the condo form of development was just too burdensome on the costs. So we've elected to work in a wood frame construction opportunity. That's all I have to add, and thank you for your consideration, and we're here for questions.
Great, thank you. And there are questions. I'm not sure if they're for staff or you, but I'm going to proceed with those questions. Councillor Kirby-Young, you are first on the list.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I will ask a question of the applicant because this is our opportunity to do that. And I wonder, Evan, if I could just follow up on your comments with respect to the 11-story. When you said the 11-story was mixed use, was that going to be mixed use strata and rental tenure?
Correct.
Okay.
It's
And
the Grandview Woodlands plan is 50-50 condo and 50% rental.
okay. And because it was 11 stories, it was in a concrete form and it was the rental and the cost of construction. I wonder if you can elaborate a little bit that didn't make it viable. I'm curious about that because I'm actually quite interested to see projects that can enable mixed tenure. So love to get a bit more perspective on that.
Yeah, I mean I've kind of vocalized this with council and staff before. The cost to deliver rental in a concrete form is dramatically higher than in wood frame. So you need to provide about 3 or 4 times the amount of rental density in a concrete form of development. So I think if I remember off the top of my head, it was 1.8 FSR rental and 1.8 FSR condo at the time. To make rental viable at the same pace as condo, you need about 3 times the density. So you would need equivalent to almost 4 FSR in rental for the 1.8, or maybe more than 4 FSR. So that we tried to make it work. We did everything in our power to try to do it, but we just couldn't, gain interest in people owning the rental component when it's shared with condos. And then the costs were really high. So we did what we could, but we eventually realized that we needed to reduce the density and go with the wood frame form of development, which actually at the end of the day results in more secured rental housing. It went from 72 units to 136 homes.
Okay, so follow up on that then. At the time, was mass timber not viable or is not as much of a discussion, or is it just also financially and kind
I
of
mean, yeah,
feasibly not practical, or was that not an option?
that was 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So mass timber construction has moved along a long way since then. I would say that, 4 years ago, mass timber was more expensive to build than concrete. Now it's kind of getting closer to the cost of concrete costs in our view. And, I think it's probably another 5 or 10 years until mass timber is viable where it supports the rental, costs are lower so that it supports rental. Mostly because, the trades in Vancouver, um, there's just not a big enough trade amount of trades that know how to do it. And then the manufacturing facilities that really bring down your costs have not been, they're in process of being delivered. So there just needs time to, get the manufacturing facilities so that the costs go down, and then the trades to actually deliver it. So it's in the near term, but
Okay.
not soon enough.
So a little bit kind of interdependency there, a bit cart and horse. Okay, that's really helpful
Yeah.
context. And then with the Heritage House restoration, is that also available as a rental unit, or what's
Yeah,
the?
they're all rental. Everything's rental in this application.
Okay.
There's 4 units built into the Heritage House. So there's, call it, 2 townhouse-like units that are street fronting, and then there's 2 flats underneath. The Heritage House is raised up slightly.
Okay, great. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. But you do have, or there are more questions, so I'm just going to move on. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. On to Councillor Weed. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, and thanks, Kirby, for asking one of my questions. My next question is on the roof and the amenity space. It's talked in the report there is a hope for amenity space on the roof and a not a condition, but an opportunity to create a green roof. Can you talk as an applicant or the city where those conversations at, and what is the opportunity to create a green roof on this project?
I mean, the green roof is pretty easy. We would probably right, we would do it. So that's an easy condition to meet. The amenity, like the indoor amenity is tough in a 6-story building, because when you go to when you create indoor space on the 7th floor on the roof, it then goes into higher building standards, which is like concrete. So the fire rating's different. So what we're exploring that. The industry is exploring that. I think even City of Vancouver staff are exploring that to have kind of an alternative solution for indoor amenity on the roof. But right now, until we resolve that, the roof is designed as an outdoor amenity with like green components, so urban agriculture, and then a lot of green vegetation.
And that's what's currently planned.
Yes, it is planned that way.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor DiGenova, over to you for 5.
Thanks so much for the explanation, Evan, on the on your choice to revise your project and your application. I'm wondering if you might be able to share if you feel that you've been able to maximize affordability. I understand that this, looking at it, meets many of our policies. This is outlined in the report, but do you feel that you've been able to meet maximum affordability within this policy for Grandview Woodlands and the housing, considering the constraints you talked about with concrete, mass timber,
Yeah.
having a few trades? Sort of, it's almost like LEED in its very beginning days, I suppose. That's what I've heard, but I'm just wondering, are there other ways you would have seen this becoming more affordable?
The best way was, I think you were in council, Council DeGenova, when the original Grandview Woodlands plan that was drafted by staff came to council. I think it was the first draft, when there was I think this neighborhood, the average tower height was around 20 to 25 stories. With that type of density in a rental component, kind of like what I was speaking to before, there would be a lot more opportunities to put in non-market housing, because the existing land for the single family homes that were there previously would be quite a bit lower than the rezoned use. So like kind of the CAC negotiation. So we, in this situation where the density is not that high, and we worked with the real estate department, there isn't really any opportunities to create any more affordability based on the economics. It's already really tight to deliver it as is.
I appreciate that and understand that. So just to make sure that I'm clear, what you're saying is, with economies of scale, this could have, like, you could have worked on concrete rental, as you'd mentioned in answering my colleague's question, but in this particular situation, you didn't have that economy of scale to work with. So that's why you decided to go back to the drawing board. Is that correct?
Correct, exactly.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate that. And can I just ask also, I understand that there's a DCL that may go towards childcare. I mean, really, it goes into the pool for DCLs here. But have staff given you any indication as to what that DCL would be used for?
I do not know, sorry.
I might ask staff later on. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 for you.
Yeah, thanks to the applicant. What do you anticipate ballpark rents will be?
They will be market rents. They are, can't remember off the top of my head, but we were reviewing doing the DCL waiver. So I would say, if you're familiar with the DCL waiver rates, we're in and around there. The reason why we didn't apply for the DCL waiver rates is we have some studios here that we we consider them as one bedrooms, but the city of Vancouver doesn't consider them one bedrooms because the bedroom is not with a window. So we wouldn't be able to comply to the DCL waiver based on those unit types. So I'd say around the DCL waiver rates.
And it says in the report that you're going to offer the 19 current tenants the right of first refusal at 20% below market. Is that accurate?
That's the original relocation plan. All the tenants, I believe, except two, have left, and we will reconnect with them again in the future.
So are there going to be 19 tenants getting an offer of the right of first refusal at 20% below market? Are you no?
Yeah, that's the plan. We've got their contact information. We have to contact them.
Yeah, so they could, when the building is done, they could return at 20% below market.
Correct.
Okay. Are you going to have EV charging?
Yes. I don't know on the top of my head, but we do the building, because we're looking for TDM requirements that has energy vehicle requirement.
TDM meaning?
Transportation demand management. So we're reducing the parking requirements, but we're going to have more electric vehicle opportunities there. We'll probably also put in conduit to all the stalls so that as people drive more and more as electric vehicles, we can have more opportunities to energize the stalls in the future.
And will it be a pet-friendly building?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Those are the questions from Council. So we are now going to turn to hearing from the public. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to Council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the Council chamber, please be prepared to come forward. So we do have speakers available to provide comments on this item. My understanding is that, Clerk, I wonder if you could let me know if the first speaker, Alistair Wood, is on the line.
Yes.
Good evening. Oh.
Yeah, Alistair Wood, is that you?
Yes. Good evening, Council. Sorry,
Go ahead.
This is my first Council meeting.
Oh,
okay.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. So, good evening, Council. I'm a resident of one of the properties at Victoria Drive where this development will be taking place. I've lived here for the last 2 years and in East Vancouver for 3 years total. I wanted to take the opportunity to voice my support for the development happening here, and as I believe that purpose-built rental is sorely needed in this area. I also want to note that our property manager, Zatira, have been fair and cooperative during a stressful time for us, where we're being displaced from where we live. My main reason for speaking is to note that several of the homes that appear to be slated for demolition are actually not much younger than the heritage home being retained on the property. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. Homes such as 1843 East 11th is built in 1911. 1849 East 11th is built in 1927. 2643 Victoria Drive is built in 1912. And then 2631 Victoria Drive built in 1931. Although age is obviously not just one character-defining feature, a lot of these properties are also kind of beyond repair or restoration in some ways, potentially. I think that a lot of these properties could be considered for deconstruction at the very least, and that some consideration could even be put towards implementing these materials into the new development. I know this might be more relevant later in the process. I just thought it would be important to bring it to Council's attention. And yeah, while the City of Vancouver only requires deconstruction for homes older than 1910 or the heritage designation, I think that many of these homes are just slightly younger than this cutoff date. I think it should be noted that only one of the homes, I believe only one of the homes was built after 1931 that's currently being demolished. So there's a lot of history here, other than the one heritage home being retained, that we'd be losing with the advancement of this development. All that being said, I do support the development, and I think that a lot of these homes, mine included, are quite old and quite they've kind of come into disrepair. But I just thought this was an important thing to bring forward. So yeah, thanks so much for your time.
I thank you for taking the time to speak to council. Very much appreciate that and your thoughtful comments. There aren't any questions, but again, very much appreciate you speaking.
Okay,
Clerk is
cool.
speaker
Thanks.
2 on the line, Adam Davison.
Chair Carr, no, we do not have speaker number 2.
Okay, speaker 3, Jean-Guy Trepanier.
Yes. Hello?
Okay, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Oh, all right, good. I was wondering if I was on or not. Okay, I am the former owner of the house 1857 East 11, the Heritage House, and I would like to just bring forward the technical point. I don't think there is a number 1863 on East 11, but I guess that's just a detail, right? And the other point I wanted to, another question I would have to the developer, he's talking about 4 units in my former Heritage House. Is that correct? Or because I see on the plan that there's 1 unit on the ground floor and 2 units, both in front and the back of the house. Did I hear it properly?
This is not an opportunity, unfortunately, for you to ask questions, but I'm sure one of the councillors will take note of that and ask staff afterwards. And so if you keep listening, you'll hear an answer.
All right. Okay. Good. I'm phoning in favor of the development. In fact, I'm happy to see that there would be this 136 secured market rental units. I read about that, and I think that it would meet the needs that we have for more rentals in Vancouver. I would like to comment also on some comments that I saw with regard to parking, stating that the spaces would be inadequate. But in fact, I think that we would like to, my feeling is that it should be to attract tenants who favor using more public transport. In fact, the transit is just a couple of blocks away, and also there's the EVO, and there were some electric bicycle on Broadway. On Victoria. So that to me that doesn't cause any issue. I am also very happy that the Heritage House is being kept, because this is a property that I got 35 years ago, and I had transformed it into a legal triplex. So to see that these units would still be available, and I'm happy that I believe I personally I would have first shot at renting one of the units in my former house. So I'm quite happy about that. My last comment is about the fact that some people comment that the house would sort of be dwarfed next to the 6-story building. But I think that if the coloring outside would be lighter, then there would be enough light to be reflected on walls, and that should be a good attraction for the neighborhood to see the type of housing that existed before on East 11. So thank you for listening, Mr. Mayor and council member. I conclude by saying that I am in favor of this project. Thank you.
Great. And thank you very much for calling. And there aren't any questions, but we did take note of the questions you did ask. So thank you so much.
All right. Thanks.
Great. So clerk, is speaker 2 on the line?
No.
Okay. Are there any additional speakers on the line?
No.
Okay, if there are any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 pound before the close of the speakers list. And that phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers, are there any speakers in the council chamber, clerk?
No.
Okay. So that's my first time of calling out. Anyone on the line?
No.
Good. I'll do a second call. If there are any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 pound before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. So clerk, are there either any speakers on the line or in council chamber?
No.
Right. I'm going to call a third and final time then. If there are any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 pound. And the phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. And that I will leave now, or we'll have a break for 5 minutes as we wait to see if anyone does call in. So 5 minutes, council.
The council is currently in a short recess. If anyone currently on the line would like to speak
or Michael? I can see 5 of you. We don't have quorum yet. Jean, thank you. Mike, thanks. Clerk, I'm Martina. I'm ready to start again.
Yes, please.
Okay, that's the end of our 5 minutes. And so I am going to just check to see if there are any other speakers either in the chamber or on the line.
No.
Okay, so sorry, seeing that there are no other speakers on the line or in the chambers, I'm closing the speakers list. Yeah, so closing the speakers list and then moving on to, there are different script pages for this compared to regular council. I'm going to waive any period for receipt of additional public comments because we are at the point where we've already called 3 times. So we are now at the point of being able to hear closing comments and further questions and making a decision. So does the applicant have any closing comments?
Nothing from us. Thank you.
You're good? Staff, do you have any closing comments?
No comments, thank you.
You're not very audible.
Pardon me, no, this is Ken McDougall from Rezoning, no comments, thank you.
Okay, just check your mic in any answering any questions because you're fairly faint. So council, do you have any questions for staff? See questions? Councillor DeGenova, you're first. Go ahead up to 5
Thanks.
minutes.
I'll try and keep
Let me
mine
start
short.
the timer again.
Oh, there's others on the speakers list. I'm also happy to move the motion, but I see that I think there's others on for
There
questions.
are.
So I'll add
Yes.
myself at the bottom after. But I did want to ask if staff have identified or earmarked where these DCLs would go. I understand very well what DCLs can go towards, and childcare being one of those options. But can you tell me when these DCLs will actually? I understand that these DCLs that the developer pays would be put into one of the many contributions as outlined in the report, or would be contributions put towards childcare, several other. I'm really focused on childcare, as you know. So I'm wondering if you can tell me when those specific amenities will be delivered to the community, and if you have considered what those will be earmarked for. Thank you.
Sure, thank you for the question. The short answer there for the DCLs, are they allocated in any specific direction, is no. Their estimates at this stage confirmed usually at the development permit stage and collected at building permit stage. So that is a future permitting part where they would actually be collected. In terms of where they go into that general DCL revenue and are part of the capital planning process. I believe the next capital planning process would be for 2022. And that's where the discussions of those allocations would go. And at that stage, we may not have collected on this one.
Okay, and just wondering, I understand that, you know, there are certain things that need to be in the referral report, policies that this complies with, but also, as is stated in all reports, when DCLs are a part of the application, it clearly states that there is a DCL and what that can be used towards. So I'm wondering if you've considered what in that list of DCLs this community and neighborhood might most need.
Councillor DeGenova, it's Teen Fan, Senior Rezoning Planner. Certainly, thanks for that question. In terms of DCLs and the community, we, I guess the short answer to your question is that the DCLs can go to 4 buckets. Childcare, as you've mentioned, parks, social housing, as well as engineering infrastructure. And then we would align that through that capital planning process with what's spelled out in the public benefit strategy. And that public benefit strategy takes into consideration the need in the community, and we try to align it as best as we can to what is the need according to those buckets, if that makes sense.
It does. And that's all from me for now, Chair. I'll just put myself on the end of the list, as I
Thanks,
said. Happy
Councillor
to move the
DiGenova.
motion.
Councillor Weave, over to you for up to 5.
Yeah, I guess I have 2 questions to staff. First one, is there an opportunity to look at deconstruction for these sites, recognizing the question with caller today and the.
You are breaking up a little bit, Councillor Weave. You might want to check your sound or speakers. But staff, did you hear that question? I think it was about deconstruction.
Could the question be repeated? Point of privilege, Councillor Carr.
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess my first question is, listen to the speaker today. Is there an ability to look at construction for buildings that are 19?
Yeah. Kent McDougall rezoning. Yes, I'd say typically deconstruction and recycling of materials is an aspect, particularly at the development permit stage, that buildings are looked at based on their age and seeing if they qualify, and if they do, they would be we would be looking to do that.
Perfect. And second one was on the amenity space. What are the options we have in a 6-story to create rooftop amenity space that increases the well-being of the residents of the type of building? And what would be able to be possible for the tower?
In this case, on this application, there was an indoor amenity, 2 indoor amenities on the first floor, one towards the rear and one towards the front, which is a little smaller. The front has a small patio, and as well there was a quiet garden proposed in the rear. Through some of the analysis, it appeared that may be a little tight from an amenity space point of view, and that's where the instruction and encouragement to explore additional outdoor space through a rooftop amenity, not necessarily an indoor amenity room, but outdoor amenity space that would work with a wood frame building was proposed as one of the conditions.
Okay, and do we have rooftop amenity space on 7 floors in wood structured buildings, or are those all been cement buildings that come to this council in the past?
I believe they've all been 7-story because an indoor amenity on that level qualifies as a 7th story and thus necessitates concrete construction.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Weave. Councillor Hardwick, over to you for up to 5.
I don't have a question. I was going to speak in support, so.
Okay, if you want to we're not there yet. We're still in a question queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, same. I'll take myself off. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
Keep us moving along. I'm happy to move the motion and speak in support of this.
Okay, we need a seconder.
Second. Councillor Kirby-Young.
I think Councillor Kirby-Young, fine. So go ahead. I'm going to move us to the main queue. Councillor DiGenova, I'll just get you on that.
Thanks, I can there.
Yeah, I'm just.
You put me on. I took myself off. Probably. I'm sorry.
We did it at the same time. Councillor Hardwick, I'm just moving beyond you, but I'll add you. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
I'll be brief, but I wanted to say that I really appreciated the explanation from the applicant, especially as to why the application was revised and some of the challenges that the applicant faced in not being able to provide affordability with the first application or iteration of the application due to the I suppose lack of opportunities to move forward with economy of scale. And I think that it's really important to consider that when we're here in public hearing, we have to it's not a time necessarily to consider policy. We can consider policies at a later time. I think it helps to point out some of the perhaps holes in the policies, or I should say gaps or voids, where perhaps council may want to consider those at a different time. But we really do, as a quasi-judicial body, need to consider the application and the merits of that based on the policies. And I think that it is really important to note that not only has the applicant met those policies here, but I'm also looking forward to some of the amenities, which unfortunately will be planned for the future, but that the DCLs, considering the waiver was not opted for, will contribute to the community in the future. So I support this, and I'll leave it there.
Great, thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Hardwick.
Yeah, I sit on the Heritage Commission, and we saw this come through some time ago, and there was substantial support for this within the Heritage Commission. So I just wanted to note that. It'd be nice to see this go ahead with the 6 stories plus the HRA. It's better than what the prior application was, and for that reason, I'll support it.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. I see no one else in the queue, so Clerk, could you move us to a vote on this, please? And that is unanimous. Council, rather than starting the next item, I have to leave. I mean, my leave of absence is in 2.5 minutes. And so I think I'll use this opportunity to actually turn over the chair to Councillor Hardwick. Clerks, I'm assuming you've sent her the script. So I'll see you in an hour.
Great. Well, hopefully I can hold down the fort. I do have the script here. Just give me a second to get caught up to the next item. We are now looking at the number 4, which is a CD1 rezoning at 2735 East 41st Avenue. Does any member of council wish to declare conflict of interest on item 4? The clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence.
There's an application by Barnett Dembark Architects to rezone 2735 East 41st Avenue from CD1 District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit development of a 5-story mixed-use building with commercial space on the ground floor and 32 secured market rental units. A height of 15.5 meter and a floor space ratio of 2.46 are proposed. The General Manager Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. No correspondence has been received on this application since we referred to public hearing.
Thank you. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 hashtag before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for those on the phone or in person to speak at the end of the registered speakers list. Now we have Simon J., Rezoning Planner, Rezoning Center, Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability, here to present the application.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you see my presentation and hear me clearly? Okay?
Yep.
Okay, so my name is Simon J. and I'm a zoning planner for this item. Staff are prepared to waive the presentation if Council wishes.
Move to waive the presentation.
Second.
We'll love to go for just a verbal on this one. All in favor of waiving the staff presentation, say yay.
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 Any nays? Hearing none, is the applicant team here to speak to the application?
Yes.
Are there any questions from council to staff or the applicant team? Please note that this is the only opportunity of council to ask questions of the applicant.
Chair, point of procedure,
Yes.
does the applicant have any comments to make prior to council asking questions?
The applicant team is to speak to the application. Does the applicant wish to speak and on the presentation?
Good evening, Acting Mayor and Council. It's Maciej Dembek from Barnett Dembek Architects. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. A fairly modest building, I would say. We've got 5 stories total. Ground floor commercial is aligned along 41st Avenue. The building pushes to that edge. It does terrace back on the rear of the site so that we try to maximize daylight opportunities and minimize overlook onto adjacent properties to the rear and the north of this particular site. Right now, the site is a large empty, it's got a very little development in it. Is a story-and-a-half building that's being used by the Gulf and Fraser Credit Union with a parking lot. So it's quite underutilized, and it makes sense to put something of a larger scale and more adequate urban nature in this location. As required by all our working with staff, who've been actually very good to be working with, we've been very we've incorporated sustainability features as required by the City of Vancouver, and it is as you know, a rental application under the rental program. And we certainly abide by all the rules and whatever we need to for that, and really look forward to working with the city and staff to make sure this comes to a good conclusion. And we certainly look forward to, we'll answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you for that. And this is the point where if there are any questions from council to staff or the applicant, and I see that we have Councillor DiGenova on the queue. Councillor DiGenova?
I am on the queue. Thank you very much. I just wanted, I had a question of the applicant, and I was wondering, with the commercial space, do you have any idea what type of tenant you may be? Are you engaging with any specific type of use? I suppose for the commercial space, can you share with us, even if not the specific vendor, what that commercial space will be?
We currently do not have any specific plans with regards to commercial space. However, we as a credit union, we totally understand and appreciate the importance of local retailers and services that would complement the neighborhood. So that would definitely be something important for us going
Okay,
forward.
so that was going to be my second question. Would you be looking to engage sort of local retailers first?
Yeah, that would be the priority. Yeah.
Okay, and to look at what the neighborhood perhaps doesn't have that it may need, especially on a sort of transit corridor.
Exactly. Yes. As a credit union, we are community focused and going to try to be a complementary and supporting the credit the community that we have the fortunate ability to be in participating in. So definitely yes, we will be.
Thanks. That's all from me for now.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Next up is Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks. So is the plan for Gulf and Fraser to have a Gulf and Fraser office on the bottom floor?
Again, it's at this point that is the intent. However, nothing has been determined concretely at this point in time.
Okay, what do you think that the ballpark rents will be?
For the commercial space?
No, for the residential. Sorry.
Oh, they will be in compliance with the ECL waiver requirements.
So around 1,500 for a studio, 18 for one bed.
Right.
Okay. Okay. And there's no current tenants.
Not at this time, no.
Okay, thank you. That's good. Oh, sorry. Will there be EV charging?
If I can answer to that, it's the architect here again. Yes, definitely on some stalls for sure. I mean, it's pretty much standard requirement nowadays, and we'll be discussing with staff as to what would be a reasonable number in today's sustainability climate. So for sure, yes.
And will it be a pet-friendly building?
Reasonable pets, sure.
No boa constrictors. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. And I don't see any other questions from council. So we will now hear from the public. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610 followed by participant code 80470 hashtag before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. Clerk, if
Yes.
there are any speakers.
Yes, Chair Hardwick, we have the speaker, registered speaker number 1 on the line.
Okay, that appears to be Nathan Davidovich. Nathan, are you there?
Do you hear me?
Yes, can hear you perfectly. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, I'm a member of GNF Financial Credit Union, so I'm very proud that my credit union is building housing for people. So I'm in support of it. The problems I have is the traffic problem and the bus problems on 41st Avenue, which I called the staff and they don't know anything about it because they don't live there and they don't understand that 41st Avenue east of Victoria Drive is not the same as 41st Avenue west of Victoria Drive. One is 4 lanes, the other one is 6 lanes. So we have all kinds of problems there, and the city staff don't want to deal with the problems. That's the main problem, you know. If you think the rapid bus is faster than the local bus, I've taken both buses from Victoria Drive to Joy Station. The local bus has 13 stops and the rapid bus has 5. They both arrive at Joy Station at the same time. And that's the reason is, of course, because the street is not designed properly for to move buses, and there are no left turn bays on both sides of this development. There's 2 traffic signals, one at 41st and Clarendon, and one at 41st and Earls. And so that's what the problem is. It doesn't matter if the bus is rapid, he can't make it. And that's a good example why the bus stop balancing doesn't even work in this case, because here you have 13 bus stops for one route and 5 for the other, but it's the same travel time. So, we need to, the staff is not proposing any improvement to the traffic or anything. So I don't know what could be done to improve the traffic on 41st from Victoria to Kingsway. So, we just can't ignore the problems that exist. So that's about my submission.
Thank you very much for that, Nathan. Is that it?
Yeah.
You don't appear to have any questions, so thank you very much for making the time to address council this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, clerk, are there any other speakers?
No.
There are no other registered speakers. If there are any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 hashtag before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. At this point, clerk, we're seeing that there are no additional speakers and the list is now closed. Is that accurate?
There are no speakers. That was call number 1. We need to call 2 more times.
Are there any other speakers?
That was that's number 2. Let me just check to see if we have any coming through. None, Chair Hardwick. So if you could call a third time.
Are there any other speakers for the third time?
Can I ask a point of procedure?
Yes, certainly.
in practice, Chair, we've had a 5-minute break with virtual meetings to give speakers an opportunity to call in. Are we still practicing that?
I'm just looking for that in the script. It is suggested a 5-minute recess take place to see if any calls have been received on the phone, or any other speakers have come forward after the call for speakers 3 times has taken place. So clerk, on your direction, are we to take then a 5-minute recess?
That is the recommendation, Chair Hardwick.
Okay, let's do it. So we'll be back at 7 Great. So I believe that we're at the point now. As few or no public comments were received on this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest not that one.
We just need to check if there's more speakers after that last
Oh,
call.
okay. So it doesn't go to script A.
It does in a moment. Sorry, the script is.
I got ahead of myself. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm just checking. We have no more speakers and nobody in the chamber, so you can proceed to close the list.
Thank you. As few or no public comments were received on this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments, asking further questions of staff, and to make a decision. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
None from me, thank you.
Thank you. Does staff have any closing comments?
No closing comments from staff.
Does council have any questions for staff? I see Councillor DeGenova on the queue.
Maybe I jumped the gun. I was prepared to move the recommendation if no one else is on the queue.
Okay, so since council will now make its decision, do we have a mover for the recommendation?
Moved. Councillor DeGenova.
And a seconder?
Second.
Thank you. I heard Councillor Weeb. It has been moved by Councillor DeGenova and seconded by Councillor Weeb. Is there any debate? Councillor DeGenova, do you want to say anything further, or you're good to go?
I'm just happy to support this, and was appreciative of the applicant sharing the goal for the retail space to consider a local retailer, and also appreciate the affordable housing that this will create.
Great. So in that case, clerk, can you take us to a vote, please? And that appears to be unanimous in favor of this, with 3 absent. Thank you very much. So now let's move on to number 5 on our agenda for this evening. This is a rezoning of 756 West 26th Avenue. Does any member of council wish to declare conflict of interest on item 5? Hearing none, the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by B Square Architecture to rezone 756 West 26th Avenue from single detached houses and duplexes district to multiple dwelling district to permit downtown house development of a maximum floor space ratio of 1.2. If rezoning is approved, as the subsequent development permit process will entail review of a proposed form of development. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set on the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda.
Thank you very much.
The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 70 pieces of correspondence support, and this represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Very good. Any speakers on this item who wish to speak to council?
Move to waive the presentation.
It hadn't gotten till that point quite, but according to the script, if you can just let me get through this next bit, we'll go back to that. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 hashtag before the close of speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for those on the phone or in person to speak at the end of the registered speakers list. We have Austin Norrie, rezoning planner, Rezoning Center, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability, here to present the application. This is where it says staff will offer to waive the presentation if there are no speakers registered.
So moved. waive the presentation.
Clerk, can you verify that there are no speakers registered?
There is one speaker registered and waiting on the line to speak.
Then I'll remove my motion.
Thank you. So I guess then the staff's presentation, please.
It's on the live screen.
I'm still seeing council chambers.
It looks like it's live on the live stream now. Thank you. So yes,
Okay, great.
before you this evening is a townhouse rezoning application under the Canby Corridor Plan and is an application under a simplified rezoning process. This simplified process was developed in order to secure utility upgrades to accommodate additional growth within the Canby Corridor. Since this proposal is to rezone the site to the RM8A district schedule, no form of development is required at the rezoning stage. However, public feedback for the proposed form of development will occur during the development permit phase. This simplified process reduces the processing time for rezoning applications so it can reach public hearing in a shorter time period than a typical rezoning application. The rezoning application for the townhouse at 756 West 26th Avenue is located in the Queen Elizabeth neighborhood of the Canby Corridor. The proposals for stacked townhouses or row houses up to 3 stories with a maximum floor space ratio of 1.2. The site consists of one single-family detached home located along West 26th Avenue at the mid-block between Willow and Heather Street. The property is just 1 block south of West King Edward Avenue and is located 2 blocks southwest of the King Edward Canada Line station. The site is located a block from Braemar Park, which is just east of the property. A total of approximately 700 postal notifications were distributed within a 2-block radius of the site location. 5 pieces of correspondence or feedback were received through the Shape Your City's webpage. Feedback included concerns regarding whether the housing would be affordable, whether the townhouse development would fit in with the neighborhood, as well as concerns regarding potential construction and noise disruptions in the surrounding area. Considering the feedback on the proposal's form of development, it will inform development planning staff when reviewing the development permit application. To conclude, this proposal aligns with the Canby Corridor Plan and would join one of approximately 45 townhouse projects that have been approved since the plan's adoption in 2018. If approved, the project will provide roughly $200,000 in public benefits and would contribute to the number of consultant construction and supplier-based jobs within the area. Staff recommend approval of this application along with the conditions of approval outlined in Appendix B of the report. Thank you, and staff and the applicant team are available for questions.
Great, so that's the question. Is the applicant team here to speak to this application?
We are.
Would you like to speak to the application?
Not at this time. I don't think there's a real issue. It's not really a form of development as it is an adoption of a certain zoning. So
okay.
I think we just like to sit back and let it run its course.
Are there any questions then from council to staff or the applicant team? Please note that this is the only opportunity of council to ask questions to the applicant. I note first up on the queue is Councillor Kirby-Young. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just have one clarifying question to staff, if I could. And so, is that correct that this is a application for rezoning, but not specifically moving forward development at this point? I know it's one lot of 50 feet, and I couldn't pick up in the report unless I'm missing it the planned number of units. Is this intended to be a lot assembly, or is this simply the rezoning for the townhouse use?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Austin Noy, rezoning planner on the line. And this is the rezoning process for the site, and the development permit application and form development review will happen after the public hearing. It's a separate process, and it's during that time the applicant will submit their DP with the amount of units that they're planning to intend as part of the proposal.
Okay, so we don't have a sense of that at all at this point.
The applicant hasn't told me the number of units. However, they are on the line and they may have an idea of how many they could land on the site, but at this time it's still something they're determining.
Okay, maybe I'll direct that question to the applicant if you would like to answer. You don't, it's up to your discretion, but I'm curious on the intention with the site.
I mean, right now there's it's a really complicated process. There are a lot of requirements for affordability on RM8A. 900 to 1,200 square feet of units have to be provided at 45% of the count. And so it makes a kind of complicated, almost like a Jenga puzzle in terms of trying to figure out how all these kind of units meet the criteria without making them too large. The zoning has been written specifically for making sure that there are affordable and family oriented housing units coming out of this. And so part of the requirement beyond the sort of size requirement of 45% is also 25% of the units have to be 3-bedroom as well. And so there are these kind of complicated forms of development that would come out of the zoning, and like we really haven't landed on the actual firm number of how many units there are. You know, I think the zoning allows for up to 146 units per hectare, and for this project alone it could be 8, but it would be a real disaster. You wouldn't be doing something like that, right? It's just doesn't meet the criteria for half of the affordability of the units, and trying to meet the requirements of 3 bedrooms and all these other things. So it's a real like we're still working through the process right now, to be honest.
Okay. No, I
Yeah.
no, I appreciate the honesty and the perspective. I'll leave it there, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that it, Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next is Councillor Swanson for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks to the applicant. What are the affordability requirements?
It's really it's a mandate for RM8, and it comes down to size. And everybody knows that affordability, like if everybody's building a duplex, say, of the existing zoning on that site, which is RS1, you're now allowed to build a duplex with a lock-off suites for both units. So you're technically building 4 units, but the unit itself can't be stratified. And so you'd end up having, say, a 2,500 square foot townhouse on either side. And knowing today's market, you can see that that's going to be a very expensive unit. And so what the RM8 does is it provides more affordable housing within the range of 900 to 1,200 square feet of size. And so like they're sort of like I mean, everybody's like, I can see what the city's done with this, right? They sort of said, okay, well, if it's $1,000 a square foot, we're going to make $900,000 units to $1.2 million units, and people and families can afford that. And that's part of the trigger mechanism, is the overriding thing for the 3 bedrooms at 25% that they have, right? So there's like I said, there's a lot of stuff going on, and in terms of affordability, everybody's just trying to build as cheaply as possible right now because it's really expensive. But the limitations on size are a kind of a mandate almost that kind of force affordability onto the project just by virtue of the size.
And is the idea that these would be owned townhouses, not rented townhouses?
That's correct. They're strata.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next up, we have Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I actually have a question for staff. May I ask it now? Chair?
Sorry, it's
May I
first.
ask the question of staff now?
Yes.
Okay,
yes, you may.
thanks. I'm wondering if staff could perhaps share how this will impact the supply of townhouse stock in the city and specifically in this neighborhood.
Hi, Councillor DiGenova.
Is this a neighborhood? Sorry, just a follow up to that already. Is this a neighborhood where there is a lot of townhouse stock currently available for either rental and or purchase? Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. To answer your question about the current townhouse stock, I'm not totally familiar with that response, but what we do know is that the Canby Corridor Plan does anticipate an increase in the availability of townhouse stock through this redevelopment of Canby Corridor townhouse proposals. And I think through the plan, which is 30 years, we're anticipating some 1,100 potential sites that are available for redevelopment to townhouses, which would generate some 8,400 units of townhouses through the rezoning to RM8A or RM8AN, which this is. So it would increase that supply in the future.
Right. Thank you. I did know that recently, and maybe this was a few months back, I looked at townhouse stock, and it was there was not much in Vancouver throughout the entire city, including this neighborhood. So I'm just wondering, is that still an issue right now, although there's plans for the future?
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. I would say that through the Housing Vancouver strategy, which sets out targets for townhouse and family housing units, and through the Canby Corridor Plan, I think that there is an opportunity and a need to increase that stock. I don't know what currently exists. I don't have those numbers in the Canby Plan or citywide, but what we do know is that there are targets that move us closer to advancing some of our housing goals in the future.
Thanks. But just to identify, this is a need, and it is one of the types of housing right now that we have high demand for and low supply in Vancouver.
I believe so, yes, and that's been validated through the work that we've done in the Canby Corridor Plan and in Housing Vancouver.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
That's all from me, Chair.
I don't see any more on the queue. So we will now hear from the public, but I don't believe we have anybody on the list. Is that correct, Clerk? Or is
Chair Hardwick, yes, we do. Yes, this is item 5. We do have one registered speaker, and they are on the line.
Terrific. Can you please advance them?
Yes, speaker number 1, Oliver Tennant.
Hi there,
Hello.
Council. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. My name's Oliver Tennant, and I just wanted to call in support for this project. As someone who lives and works in Vancouver as a young professional and is in a long-term relationship and plans to grow their family soon, this type of housing is something that's very attractive to us to stay in the city. You know, having Queenie right there, having Van Dusen just down the street, Douglas Park in the north, it's a very special spot. And as a young professional with a growing family, we're not very interested in living in a single family house really ever. But to be able to turn a house into 4, 6, or 8 townhouses, whatever it ends up being, is something that is really attractive to us as we really plan to keep our roots in Vancouver and support housing options like this for the future of Vancouver and for young people who have growing families. So thank you so much, and I just wanted to call in to express my support.
Thank you, Speaker. Sorry, just switching back to a different screen here. Just give me a second. Okay. Clerk, I believe that's it for speakers at this time.
Yes, Chair Hardwick, that was the one and only registered speaker, so we can now check and see if any others wish to join.
So if there are any other speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 hashtag before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium.
Chair Hardwick, we have no speakers on the line, so just 2 more calls.
If there are any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please let us know. And are there any additional speakers for council that wish to speak to council?
So that was your call number 2. We still have none.
And call number 3, if there are any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free Do I need to repeat the whole thing again, clerk?
It is being tweeted out, and we have
Okay.
none other, so this would be the time that we take a 5-minute break.
I suggested a 5-minute recess to see if any calls come in. So it's now 7:37. We'll be back at 7:42.
Yes, let's just check we have quorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need council members to engage their video, please. 2, 3, 4, 5. You have quorum, so you can start when you're ready.
It looks like, has anyone joined? Are there any other speakers?
Yes.
Hello, please go ahead for 5 minutes. Speaker, can you state your name?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you state your name, please?
My name is Naomi Steinberg, and I'm a third-generation Vancouverite, born to these beautiful supernatural lands, unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, shared by people of all nations. I'm grateful we have constructed and continue to uphold a political system that allows concerned citizens to speak their minds. Tonight, I'm on the agenda for the following rezonings: 756 West 26, 707 West 27, 197 West 26, 157 to 163 West King Edward Avenue. All 4 of these sites are being considered under the Cambie Corridor Plan, ostensibly meeting a housing unit goal. I could say, go for it, rezone. But I need to state that the extreme weather event and subsequent flooding and tragic losses we have just witnessed across BC in the past week remind us we need to think differently about how we plan and build our cities. Based on regional modeling, we know that Vancouver can expect more rain events and more heat domes. I urge you to lean in and, if going ahead with these rezonings, insist on architectural innovations that will scaffold social and economic interaction. Housing and climate responses outlined in the Vancouver Plan will not otherwise be appropriately met. There are infill typologies that don't need excavation or urban logging while enabling aging in place, fostering community resilience and asset sharing. At the same time, I urge you to consider the rate of change and, if voting in favor of these rezonings, shorten noise hours for excavators, drillers, shorers, etc. We want livability, stability, and affordability, not hyperdensity, speculation, and costly mistakes. About mistakes, I could speak from my lived experience around the Cambie Corridor and could reference sewer, stormwater, and utility hookups, but I don't want to be called out of order. Please, use your power and influence wisely. I understand that the ground-oriented townhouse typology increases a kind of so-called missing middle housing stock, but is it worth the excavations? Did you know that cookie-cutter green technologies are the antithesis of sustainability as they do not respond to place? Further, it seems we need to question if adequate GIS information, including geotech data, is available for developers. I remind you, many of the sites in question are within the False Creek watershed. Given it is likely the climate crisis will continue to hit the city with wind, sun, and rain, has the city's tree survey been completed? Does this accounting for canopy, permeability, and habitat span both public and private property? You have begun relations with the development corporations, engineers, and architects for 197 West 26, 157 to 163 West King Edward, 756 West 26, 707 West 27. Relationships, I trust, are long-standing with land, place, and the Indigenous host nations. We need accountability with regards to infrastructure upgrades. Already, my experience on the Cambie Corridor is of catastrophic failures to retaining walls, sinkholes, noise, and flooding. If the DCL is waived because future upgrade costs are externalized to the developer, how does this make housing less expensive? Don't costs stay the same? And who pays for quality control and inspectors? And how will an area already poor in amenities gain any benefits from this brutal change? Of course, doing things innovatively carries its own risk, and we recognize there are carrying costs during the building permitting process that will continue to affect sale prices and subsequent rent affordability. $1,500 is not affordable for a studio. As sufficient data accrues and permits are issued, these costs could be mitigated by making more than abatement mandatory? Can you legislate that developers partner with existing salvaging companies such as the Unbuilders or various urban farms? Can we create jobs and produce food? Can we increase the available skilled labor pool, divert from waste stream, be ecologically conscious, globally competitive, and trend-setting? Finally, I've been told there is a shortage of skilled labor, which could mean costs go up again when there are catastrophic failures due to mistakes. So use these and other upcoming rezonings as opportunities to test out innovations in policy and procedure that would aid in apprenticeships in skills within the trades and being an entrepreneur, warehousing, upcycling, repurposing, and marketing salvaged deconstruction materials. Housing is not a product. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brilliantly timed. I don't see any questions, but thank you very much for your thoughtful comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. So clerk, where are we now?
Just double checking and no further speakers.
So we don't, we have no further speakers. Do we need to do the three?
No,
the three time, that's all done now?
They've been done, yes.
Okay, back to script A then.
If first you need to close the speakers list and
seeing that there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed.
Yes.
Okay, and take us to script A. As few or no public comments were received on this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments, asking further questions of staff, and to make a decision. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
No, we don't. Thanks.
Thank you. Does the staff have any closing comments?
Staff have no closing comments. Thank you.
Does council have any questions for staff? I see Councillor Wiebe on the queue. Councillor Wiebe?
Yeah, my first question is, why was the density bonus zone contribution calculated on the proposed zone-based density and not the current zone density?
Hi, Councillor Wiebe, it's Teen here, Senior Rezoning Planner. I think your question, just to reiterate, was why the DBZ was placed on the current and not the proposed, am I correct?
It's actually, it looks like it's been calculated on the proposed zoning base density and not on the current zoning, and I'm wondering why the difference.
I see. I'm sorry if there was an incorrect way of stating it in the report. The DBZ is actually applied based on the difference between the current density and the future proposed density, which is up to 1.2. So it should be that differential that the $55 a square foot or so is applied.
Okay, so if you do the calculation, it's being proposed like 150,000 is from the proposed zoning density 100 and not the current zoning 300. So can you explain why on 46 and not the 4,300, or why it's not at $55 square?
Sorry, I apologize. I think you were cutting out just a little bit, but I think your question is, what is the amount represented in the report accurate in terms of capturing the difference between the current and the proposed?
If I do my calculations, it looks like it's done between the proposed zoning base density of 4,678 and not 4,366. I'm wondering why.
Maybe I can have a look at the report if you don't mind. Maybe we can just flip through that. Can we get back to you, Councillor Wiebe?
Sure. Second question is, recognizing that a home like this just sold for $3 million on August 3rd, and they're on the market currently for $5 million. Have we looked at increasing our proposed zoning-based density to reduce the speculation in this neighborhood?
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. Are you asking if we're looking at increasing the proposed density beyond the 1.2 that is currently proposed?
No, we're looking to increase it above the $55 a square foot,
Oh.
recognizing that it hasn't reduced speculation in the neighborhood, and we're seeing significant land increases.
I see.
And we're seeing that people are selling for about 500 a square foot buildable, and we're charging $55 a square foot.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Currently, we don't have any policy that allows us to change that per square foot flat rate for the DBZs, but we do update our contribution policy through the CACs, and we look at sort of financing growth as a citywide need, I would say, pretty regularly. So I think that that would be part of that work that would be captured should that come forward, to look more closely at whether or not we are setting those figures at the accurate rate.
And the density bonus zone contribution, how much of the land lift percentage are we hoping to capture with that current density bonus zone contribution?
Well, I think that it's the difference between 0.70, which is the base density, and then the up to 1.20, which is, I guess, the increase in the land value. So I think that DBZ rate is intended to capture the increase that is proposed through the rezoning.
My question is, how much normally we look at capturing 75% of land lift? How much of density bonus? How much is this percentage supposed to be capturing of the land lift?
Thanks for that question. It's a great question. I'm not totally sure if that percentage is equivalent to the 75% that we capture through a rezoning with a CAC, because this is intended to capture some of that lift. I don't know if that percentage is exactly 75%, but I would say it's probably somewhere in that similar ballpark.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. Next up is Councillor Kirby Young for 5 minutes.
Seeing no other questions, I'm happy to move the recommendations, Chair.
I see Councillor Swanson has just joined the queue.
Oh, okay. I will pause and go after then.
Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the original houses are selling for so much. Would it be useful if we had a development cost expectation in this area like we do in the Broadway corridor, so that the eventual price of the land would be a little lower and perhaps the resulting townhouses could sell for less?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Swanson. Teen here, Senior Rezoning Planner. I believe a DCE is applied during a planning program that is currently underway, such as the Broadway Planning Program, and I think it's intended to limit some kind of residential speculation. Because this isn't part of a planning program that's underway, and that planning program had been done earlier to come up with this idea of a rezoning policy for the townhouses. What we've done is we tried to capture the increase in land value through what we call a density bonus zone. And so I think the DCE functions a little bit differently in the in terms of financing growth.
But what I'm getting at here is, would it be productive to change the existing policy so that we could capture some of that increased value that the original owner gets, rather than waiting until we try and capture a little bit of the increased value from the density increase?
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. I do think that's probably more of a policy-related question, probably more for our policy group. I think under the current rezoning application, I don't think there is an, I think that the DBZ is currently what we would estimate in terms of capturing land value increase.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I know Councillor Weeb next is back on the queue.
Yeah, I guess just a quick question. If the valuation was different in this report that you guys, that was found later on to not be the $55 a square foot, is that something that could be changed at a later date if we approve this today?
Sorry, I feel like you're a little bit cutting out, but I'm going to direct that question back to my Assistant Director, Yardley McNeil.
Evening, Council. Yardley
Can we
McNeil.
have the point of privilege? Can we have the question repeated? I'm also having a really difficult time hearing any of you.
I'm also, you're running out of time, Councillor Weeb.
Okay, so the question is, if the
Would you like to move for a second round, or you're out
No,
of
if
time?
the density bonus zone contribution is miscalculated on the wrong element, can that be changed at a later date?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Weeb. It's Yardley McNeil, Assistant
Out of
Director
time.
Planning for rezoning. The current calculation was based on a community planning exercise and set in place at that point when council adopted it. Council could not make a change on that without having to open up the Campy Corridor plan and reassess land values at that point. We do take a look at all fixed rate DCL costs and density bonus costs on and determine whether or not they're appropriate. And that work does come to council, and there's a report coming, I think, in the early part of 2022 in the matter of a general report around those kinds of items. So it could be it won't be part of that as a change, however, but that would be how that work is done, and it wouldn't be kind of on
Thank
a
you.
one
Thank
project
you.
at a time. Thank you.
Sorry, we're way over time. Appreciate the answer, though. Councillor Kirby-Young, on to you.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have some grace on time if we're not going to stick to it tonight. I'm happy to move the recommendations, please.
Second, Councillor DeGenova.
Okay, is there that council has made its decision on this, will make a decision on this application? We have a mover and Councillors Kirby-Young and a seconder and Councillor DeGenova. Is there any debate? I see Councillor Swanson on the queue.
Yeah, I have a problem with the Canby Corridor plan because the resulting housing is so expensive, and it was kind of revealed tonight that one of the reasons is that the original houses get sold for such high amount because the owner is anticipating an upzoning. So I'm not going to be able to vote for this. That's it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swanson. I guess now we can take us to a vote, please, clerk. Oh, no, I see that Councillor Weeb has popped on.
Yeah,
Councillor Weeb.
when doing the calculations, it looks like we are not capturing the land value that's needed to deliver the amenities. I do think this is the type of housing we need, middle housing. We talk about it a lot. I think we need to look, though, at how we're going to build complete communities and ensure we are capturing the value and dampening the speculation so that we can have more affordable homes. But I will be supportive because it does meet our current policy. But I think recognizing how much these homes are going for, we're seeing pre-zoned homes for minimum 5 million, almost double asking, which means we're not capturing the land value. So I think we need to revisit our policies to ensure we're capturing the value to build the amenities needed in neighborhoods. But this is meeting current policy, so we'll be supporting.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeGenova.
I will support this as it does meet current policy, and I appreciate staff's replies to other councillors' questions with stating the different policies that are met here. I also think that we have to be careful. So not only are we sitting in public hearing and do we have to apply the policies, but I also think about who to these amenities at the end of the day, not only who will they be used by, which is the whole community, but who at the end of the day will pay for them. And that's also the whole community, and that includes the missing middle. And I understand that, well, we need to find a way to provide more amenity. And maybe perhaps if we're swifter in delivering those amenities, especially with citywide DCLs or cash CACs, because that's upon the city to choose how to not only earmark those, but how to build those out. I think that it's really important that we consider who actually is paying more for that, because in a pro forma, that's going to be passed on to the end user. And that is the missing middle. Those are the people who are trying to scrape together a down payment or just barely being able to rent, but might just be this close to a down payment. So when we talk about the missing middle, that's who we're talking about. I think that we have to consider in different venues when we do consider policy how that affects you know, the applications and their ability to conform to those policies. But considering this does meet policy, and it will provide a type of affordable housing in the city, I will be supporting.
Okay, I think that's the last person on the queue. Clerk, can you take us to a vote, please? We have a result yet, clerk? There I see. We have 6 in favor, 2 in opposition, being Councillor Swanson and Councillor Hardwick. So now we will move on. We are now on, excuse me as I go back up my script. Forgive me for my slowness. We're on number 6.
That is correct.
That is correct. Okay, number 6. Does any member of council wish to declare conflict of interest on item number 6? The clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
Point of procedure.
Oh, she's back.
Yes, but somehow I'm disconnected, so I don't know if the screen is now in your control. But anyway, I am back. I'm ready to chair again, but I think I'm going to need a break to make sure I have the panel up. I'm not sure who has the panel right now.
I don't have the panel. I've been sort of making it up. But clerk, are you there? Can you advise before we make a decision?
Yes, if you, excuse me, what I would recommend with Deputy Mayor Carr back, we take a 3-minute break so that we could get her panel up and running again. Chair Hardwick, that would be my recommendation.
Well, we're at 8:05. Might I suggest we make it 5 minutes and we'll be back at 8:10. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, see everyone at 8:10 and over to you, Deputy Mayor Carr.
Great.
Chair Carr,
Yes.
we just need to check for quorum, and it is 8:10. So
Yeah,
anytime you're
I'm not
ready.
seeing quorum. I'm looking for, I see
1, 2, 3, 4,
5.
5.
Sarah, is Sarah there? Or Mike, Melissa, Colleen?
Yep, I think we got quorum. 1, 2,
Okay, I
3,
see
4, 5,
Sarah.
6.
That's great. Perfect. Okay, I'm ready to go. Great. Thank you, and please be back. I think the clerk can now read the application and summary of correspondence received for the rezoning application 622-56263 Yukon Street. Go ahead, clerk.
This is an application by Formwork Architecture to rezone 6225 to 6263 Yukon Street from single detached houses and duplexes district to multiple dwelling district. We permit a townhouse development with a maximum floor space ratio of 1.2. If rezoning is approved, a subsequent development permit process will entail review of a proposed form of development. The General Manager Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. No correspondence has been received on this application since we referred to public hearing and prior to the close of the speaker list.
Great, thank you very much. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470# before the close of the speakers list. That phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for those on the phone or in person to speak at the end of the registered speakers list. I do note that we have no registered speakers for this item. We do have Austin Norrie, rezoning planner, who is prepared to present the application, but I'm certainly
Move
open
to
to
waive the
someone moving
presentation.
away. Thank you, Councillor
Move to
DeGenova.
presentation.
Great. I need a seconder for that.
Oil.
Great. All those in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Any opposed, say nay. Great. So then, thank you very much for the being there to give the presentation, but that's we have moved to waive it. So I'm wondering if the applicant team is willing to or wishes to speak to the application.
Hi, it's Norman Huth with Formworks Architectural for the applicant team. We have no comments at this time, but happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Are there any questions from council to staff or the applicant team? And I don't see anyone. So thank you very much for being there to answer those questions. But we will now proceed to hear. Oh, wait a second. Councillor Weave, do you have questions?
Yeah, I have a similar question to the last presentation to us. The density bonus zone contribution on this one is also calculated to proposed zoning base density of 0.75 and not to the 0.70. And I'm wondering if I can get a staff answer to why.
Hi, Councillor Weeb. It's Teen Fan, Senior Rezoning Planner. I think that when we checked the numbers, the differential between 18,116 square feet, which is the base zoning, and then the 28,986 square feet for the proposed 1.2 FSR at $55 a square foot, I believe generates about $600,000 in a DBZ. So that's how we would apply that density bonus zone contribution. Is that
okay?
Different?
Yeah, because when I calculate the 28,986 to the current zoning of 16,908 and times it by 55, it's 665,000. I know it's not a lot of money, but it seems like each one of these applications, we're putting some on the table. And when I look at online, right now we are seeing this zoning going for 2 million more per unit when it's been zoned. And so I already feel like we're not capturing the land value. And so every little amount I think is integral because we are struggling to build the amenities in the neighborhood. So if that could just quickly be reviewed, that would be great. And other than that, that's my only question. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weave. Councillor DeGenova, you have questions?
I was actually trying to take myself off the queue.
All right, I can do that for you. There we go. Council, I'm going to first ask the clerk if there's anybody on the line or in the chambers.
No.
Okay. So I'm going to call out for the first of 3 times for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 # before the close of the speakers list. Phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. Are there any speakers on the line or in chambers, clerk?
No.
Okay, so I will move to my second call. If there are any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 # before the close of this list. The phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. Are there any speakers on the line or in chambers, clerk?
No.
Okay, this is my third and final time. If there are any additional speakers for this item wishing to speak to us, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 # before the close of the list. The phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. Any speakers in the council? Well, actually, at this point, I'm going to wait 5 minutes. We have a 5-minute break. Thanks, council. Yes, I'm just looking for quorum.
Yeah, we just, looks
Oh, we
like,
just got it. Great,
okay.
perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
So we're ready when you are.
Thank you. I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Clerk, I wonder if you could let me know if there's any speaker on the line or in the chambers to speak to this item.
Just double checking. And no.
Great. Seeing that there are no additional speakers, then the speakers list is now closed. And as few or no public comments were received on this item after 5 p.m. today, I am suggesting we now close the receipt of public comments and move on to a hearing closing comments, asking further questions of staff and to make a decision. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
No further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff, do you have any further closing comments?
Comments, thank you.
No? Okay. Council, do you have any questions? Pardon me? Staff?
Staff have no closing comments, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, if you're on for questions or?
Try my luck. I don't see anyone else on the queue, so I'm just going to move the motion to.
I think that sounds wonderful. Go ahead. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a seconder?
Second, Councillor Trevillon.
Thank you. Do you wish to debate, Councillor DeGenova?
I will be supporting this, and I see that it meets a variety of policies and appreciate the work that staff and the applicant have put into this. And I'll leave it there.
Great. Thank you very much. And on to you, Councillor Weed.
Yeah, I will be supportive. However, I am critical that this policy, we're seeing tons of these being sold right now online. Similar square footage as 3 lots like this for 15 million. And we're capturing a very small amount of land capture. We've got a community center in the area that's been trying to do a $1.2 million renovation for the last decade. And yet we've got projects, each one of the ones we'll be voting on tonight has a $2 million land lift, and yet we can't deliver the amenities to the neighborhood. So we've got to be careful in making our policies to ensure that we are capturing and delivering the amenities to create the complete communities that we keep talking about. So this does mean policy. I do think that we are missing about 60,000 that we could capture under policy. However, I will be supporting this project, but recognizing we do need to do better in the future to reduce land speculation and deliver the amenities to our neighborhoods.
Thank you very much, Councillor Weed. Councillor Hardwick, closing comments over to you.
Every decision that we make based on flawed policy is, to use a computer science term, garbage in, garbage out. So we are inflating land values and then turning around and asking ourselves why housing is so expensive in the city. And we still haven't answered the basic questions about what we can build within existing zoning. And the quest for data continues. So there's no way that I can support this application and others like it, because what they will do is inflate the value of the land. When we get the next set of housing roll data, property roll data from BC assessment, the assessed value of the land will have gone up, and everything in the area, because a rising tide lifts all boats. And we can pretend this is not happening, or we can address it. So I'm going to address it by voting against this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. I don't see anyone else on the queue to speak to it, so Clerk, could you move us to a vote on this?
I'm just wondering if I could speak into this as well.
No, sorry. We are in the middle of a vote.
Okay.
Council, that does pass with Councillor Swanson and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Thank you. So now we are moving to item 7 on our agenda, rezoning of 197 West 26th Avenue. First of all, does any member of council wish to declare conflict of interest on item 7? Seeing none, Clerk, would you please read the application and summary of correspondence on this item?
There is an application by B Square Architecture to rezone 197 West 26th Avenue from single detached houses and duplexes district to multiple dwelling district to permit townhouse development of a maximum floor space ratio of 1.2. If rezoning is approved, a subsequent development permit process would entail review of a proposed form of development. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set on the summary and recommendations of the public hearing agenda. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 16 pieces of correspondence in support, 32 pieces of correspondence in opposition, 1 piece of correspondence related to other aspect of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thank you so much, Kirk. Any speakers for this item wishing to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 pound before the close of the speakers list. That phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. There will be an opportunity for those on the phone or in person to speak at the end of the registered speakers list. Councillor DiGenova, are you on the queue?
I was going to move to waive the presentation.
Okay. We have, I need a seconder for that.
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Any opposed say nay. Okay. Thank you, councillors, for moving that. So we will not have that presentation. And I'm wondering if the applicant team is here to speak to the application.
I don't mind speaking to the application for just a second.
Great, thank you.
Okay. I just want to say that I like when counselors are going against the OCP or the kind of policies of the site to increase the housing and density from single family to multifamily, I find that problematic. And
sorry, excuse me. Are you the applicant?
Yeah, I'm the architect.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. And so I just want to say, like everybody thinks that everybody's making a killing here, and the problem is also supply of housing. And Councillor DiGenova has spoken many times tonight about like the need for the missing middle. And when projects are being voted against for, oh, there's too much money going on here. And I mean, city planning has put a lot of effort into RM8A to make sure that there are a range of housing for families there. It's not a sort of like, luxury housing sort of thing. These are smaller units that are, yes?
Is this according to the procedure, Chair?
I think he's speaking to the application, and he can speak to the application.
I'm just speaking to the zoning is what I'm speaking to, because that's all we're talking about here, right? We're going to talking about a rezoning from RS1 to RM8A, and it's a well-considered zoning, and it's not about like we're trying to fulfill a need for housing in the city of Vancouver sometimes, and I find it frustrating when people say, "Oh, everybody's making too much money, and this single-family house here should just stay the way it should." And like the last project, these houses are assessed at $2.7 million for a 2,000 square foot 1950 house. They are not affordable. And when you look at the metrics that are involved in trying to make a RM8 housing project with all the quotients for percentages of housing ranges between 900 and 1,200, and 25% of them have to be 3-bedroom and all these kind of things, there's a lot of stuff moving on. There's a lot of complicated moving parts. And I think if you want to come out and say you're supportive of housing, you have to sort of embrace what's going on in this, idealized sort of thing that the city of planners have come up with in RM8A to make housing at least part of a missing middle. And so I'll just leave it at that. Just as an opening statement for what the zoning is presenting and the possibilities beyond just a single family house. Thanks.
Okay, and I think you have some questions. Questions could be to you or to staff. Councillor DiGenova. Did you know that you were not, you were on
That
the,
is a holdover from trying to
okay.
waive the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Weeb, questions to either the applicant or staff?
Yeah, question to the applicant. Recognizing that a lot of these RM8A properties in the region are now selling for 5, so 2 million over asking. Can you talk about the financial feasibility? I think this is great type of housing to try to figure out how we can fit 6 to 8 on a property, but can you talk about the financial feasibility and how we can create policies that allow someone like yourself or the developer to purchase at the land at a reasonable rate to create the units?
I'm not I'm just the architect. I don't do the purchase. I didn't buy the land, but I know the value of. I mean, I'm aware of what they purchased the property for relative to the assessed value, which was done by BC Assessment, and there's not a huge spread there. And there's a whole lot of risk that was taken on that property. I don't know why the assumption is that every property sold for $5 million, and I don't have the number in front of me for what it sold for, but
No, some of
it
them.
wasn't $5 million. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I mean the last project sold. You're right. It sold for just over 3 million. It was assessed at 2.8. So you're right. That wasn't a large land lift on that project, but we're seeing RM8s when they're being rezoned then worth 5 million per. So for me, it's understanding how we can reduce that risk and deliver more affordability or land lift. But I appreciate you coming to speak today. It's good getting.
No, I mean, I'd like to help you. I don't know, like land is a commodity that's being, bartered for, and I see it myself. And putting more taxes on property isn't going to stop speculation. It's just going to raise the price on other people who've already started their project. And it's like, holy cow, they put another $100 on that project. I'm going to add it to mine because those guys 6 months down the road are going to have to put it on there. And like when you keep compounding taxes on taxes, the affordability goes out the window. Like it's trying to like regulate developers and bringing more tax to the city isn't going to do so much about putting the brakes on a project. It just means it gets passed off to the end user.
No, all right, thanks for coming to speak. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it, Councillor Weeb. There are no other councillors on the queue to ask questions to either the applicant or staff. So I'm going to move to hearing from the public. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470# before the close of the list. The phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. Clerk, do we have any speakers on the line to this item?
Yes, there are speakers on the line, Chair Carr.
Is Brent Nichols number 1 on the line?
Just double checking. No, speaker number 1 is not on the line, but speaker number 2 is waiting.
Oh, great, thank you. Blaine Cairns, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, we can hear you perfectly. Go ahead to speak to the item to council.
Thank you. Thank you. City Council members, my name is Blaine Cairns, and I just want to thank you for this opportunity to address you. I am strongly opposed to the proposed rezoning of 197 West 26th Avenue from RS1 to RM8A. I, along with my wife, J.D. and Cairns, are the owners of the home located at 191 West 26th Avenue. In 2004, we purchased this home, and we were drawn to the area for the beauty of the neighborhood, a collection of homes which people cared about in a community which knew and cared for one another. It was a neighborhood of families. Our intent was to lay roots and become a part of the neighborhood, and so we did. Originally built in the 40s and built in the heritage style, we preserved this house, now almost 3/4 of a century old. We carefully transformed it into our home, taking great care to landscape and beautify the property on which it sits. We built relationships with our neighbors. Unfortunately, however, the area is changing as the single homes and families which first drew us to the neighborhood are being lost to a more densified plan for the neighborhood. And now this change has reached our doorstep. The plan is to place 6 to 10 townhomes on this property next to us. We are the most impacted by this proposal, and so with that in mind, we oppose this proposal. And the reasons why we oppose this proposition are multifold, and I wish to outline just some of the concerns we have. Firstly, our backyard has been a place to enjoy the privacy of family life. This is a place of rest and quiet. What was once a place of privacy and beauty will be replaced with a 3-story structure looking down upon us. No longer will we or our immediate neighbors be able to walk into the quiet of a backyard without being looked down upon by either the residents of these townhomes or just the physical presence of a structure of this size. Whether or not windows look down upon us, we will be imposed upon by townhomes, 6 of them, 10 of them, lining our property with little or no buffering separating us. To this day, there are magnificent trees in the backyard of the property on 197 West 26th. And with the proposed development, we fear that the natural beauty and privacy provided by these mature trees will be lost as trees are removed. And we will lose the natural sunlight in our back garden space, as a structure of this size will block out sunlight, particularly in the afternoon and evening. And along our streets, both we and our neighbors have carefully designed our frontage to reflect what is in keeping with the neighborhood, that being manicured lawns and floral gardens. And the proposed structure may in fact extend towards the front property line and not match the setbacks of the homes along our street. And certainly with more people comes more congestion. Already we have difficulty securing parking in front of our own home as residents of the developments along King Edward now park in front of our home. And with the new development behind us on King Ed, and now what is proposed beside us, parking will become even more inaccessible to us in front of our home. And of great concern, there is a large depression running across 26th Avenue and onto the property at 197 due to an underground stream. This greatly concerns me. What lies beneath the surface, and how might opening up this underground stream impact our adjacent frontage? In fact, years ago, thinking it might be a potential sinkhole, I contacted the city to alert them to this significant depression across the city and onto the property. This neighborhood is a rich and beautiful area. It's one of character and craftsman homes, and not a street on which a development of townhomes would be in keeping. We do not want to see the flavor and character of our neighborhood lost, and I ask you to consider the impact which this development will have upon us and our neighborhood. We simply want to preserve the enjoyment of our home and the property upon which it sits. Development as intrusive as this will significantly compromise that. Should this development proceed, we ask the developers that the plans and the footprint of this project respect the character of our neighborhood and address the concerns which I, along with many of my neighbors that I have chatted with, have towards this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you don't mind remaining on the line, you do have some questions. Councillor Hardwick, questions to the speaker.
Thank you. As per your closing remarks, you've spoken to your neighbors. Why have they not signed up to speak or written counsel in greater numbers?
I can't speak as to why. Many people have an aversion to speaking in public. I know that is something that many people fear. And so I know many have submitted their feelings with a vote. And I think a vote is as important as speaking. We can't condemn or criticize people who don't want to speak in public. Their voice matters.
Well, I'm not disputing that it matters. It's just that how does council know if we don't hear from people? And I'm very happy that you've come to speak to us, but I think it's a question that has merit. Thank you very much. Any, how many other houses of similar stead are there on your block?
On our block, on our street, there are probably, I'm thinking, 12 to 15, I would think.
And are those all single family, or there's multi-family or suites?
They are all single family. There are no duplexes on our street or in our neighborhood they are all single dwellings.
And what vintage are they again? What vintage when they?
It's a mixture. Many were built post-World War. and neighbors have really crafted their homes to look desirable. And some families have come in, I know, and have built lovely homes, and this has become their dream home. And they have all fit in beautifully with the neighborhood.
Has the neighborhood hollowed out? We hear a lot about neighborhoods hollowing out.
Can you specify what you mean by hollowing out?
People not living there.
Oh, no. We can walk down our street with our dog and talk to families. We know neighbors by name. So no, quite the contrary. This has remained a pocket of families who know each other and have remained and have invested in this neighborhood.
Great. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have more questions, so please stay on the line.
May I make one comment? Brent Nichols' wife.
Actually, no. You made your statement, but you
okay.
you do have questions from several councillors, so
okay,
perhaps
sure.
the questions will lead to an appropriate response with that comment. Councillor Kirby-Young, I'm just going to reset your timer. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, and thanks for speaking to council. I was looking, the current zoning of the RS1 permits single detached houses and duplexes. You mentioned you don't have duplexes currently. So my question to you is, would you be supportive of the existing zoning of duplexes, but you feel that a townhome is too dense versus a duplex?
You know, I've seen, I don't know what the designation is. I think it's RT6. I'm not sure what it is. I think it's something like that. I've seen pockets not too far from our area whereby, 2 or 3 homes have been built, but it looks like a single home from the outside. And that is more in keeping. I mean, if it were to go to that would be more acceptable. But it really is in keeping rather than these monstrosities, 3-story, that completely overshadow the adjacent properties. So I guess in answer to your question, I would be somewhat more in favor of that.
So it's more about the aesthetics in terms of the building typology than the number of units?
Not just aesthetics. You can build it. You can build a 3-story complex, and it can look very aesthetic. But it's the impact on adjacent properties, and that's not aesthetics. That's livability. That's enjoyment of property. That's not robbing one of privacy or a beauty or any of those things as you walk into a backyard that you would lose. So, it's not just a matter of aesthetics. It's far deeper than that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato, questions to the speaker.
Yes, thanks for calling this evening. Appreciate your reflections, and I appreciate the question Councillor Hardwick asked about, hollowing out of the neighborhood. But I am curious, because we've seen a number of these in terms of the RM8 zonings. Are there townhomes on King Edward there on 25th that are going up or already built?
Yes, there are.
There are. How many townhomes are there roughly?
I don't know the number,
Okay.
but from Canby through to Columbia, I believe there are 2 significant projects, one being Solo, which is a retirement assisted living home, and then there's a significant project just east of that development, and then again directly from Columbia, 2 lots along King Ed eastward. There is something going up, and then I believe from Manitoba towards Maine, there is a project going up. But those are all on the main
I'm just
arteries.
trying to get a context for sort of nearby.
Those are on the main arteries. Those aren't infiltrating into the feeder streets like ours. So those are
right. That's what I'm trying to get at. I was just trying to clarify.
Yeah. So it's a very different feel for that, where there's the busyness of traffic and there's a flow. You step back from that, and things are quiet. It becomes a neighborhood, and so that's very different in flavor.
Can I ask you one more question? Just in that vein, is there sort of in your more smaller streets, do you have a number of laneways and secondary suites that are part of the neighborhood homes nearby?
I believe some homes have built carriage homes, but that's to the extent that's all that I know of, and that's there aren't very many, but one was behind us, but that home was taken down, and I believe there's probably one more on one of the homes fronting King Ed.
Okay. I appreciate, and I was just curious because I'm trying to get a sense of the density, and in terms of some of the, because we're obviously seeing with some neighborhoods some added laneways and then secondary suites, and so it's adding that gentle density, and so I was just curious what the landscape was for you there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, and those are your questions. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to council and answer all those questions. Okay, we are now, thank you again, moving on to speakers that are on the line, and the clerk informed me that actually speaker one was on the line, so I'm going to go back to speaker one, Brent Nichols. Brent Nichols, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Go ahead. You're very clear. Up to 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much for your time. I can fill in some of the gaps of what Blaine was just talking about. I'm Blaine's neighbor. I'm 2 doors down and 3 houses away from this development application. We have 15 homes on our street, 9 of which have been significantly renovated, 2 of which, or 3 of which have laneway homes in them. My house has a suite. There's 2 families that live on my property. I am very hopeful that I will eventually build a laneway home that my children can live in. We are a neighborhood of people that know each other, talk to each other, share the life that we've built together raising our family. I have many concerns, and I'm very much opposed to this development. And I'm going to start with one that I think is worth spending a little time in. And in the appendix to this matter, I submitted a letter detailing what we believe as neighbors is a significant concern, which is a historical waterway that goes underneath this property. We've looked at historical maps, and I know that the report to the council said that while the rezoning site does not contain an old stream, the adjacent property to the east contains a north-south underground stream. We believe that is inaccurate. We have seen for 20 years that there is an obvious depression in the front of that property that has been filled in twice and continues to become depressed. The sidewalk is broken, and I've provided historical maps on the submission and a drone photo which shows the line of what we believe is the underground stream. I know that there is a hydrology monitor on the property, but our concern is that that is located about 15 feet away from the depression that we've seen that has been there for as long as I've owned the property, which is almost 20 years. And I do have a large amount of concern about a townhouse development that would go deep into the ground and possibly divert that stream toward Blaine's property, who just spoke, and to my property and the other properties in the vicinity. So I think that is something that needs to be very carefully considered before any changes to zoning happen. We are all concerned on this lot, or on this block, about the possible over-densification of that property. I think it was Councillor Hardwick who was asking why have not more people signed up to speak. 32 people, where there's been 32 written oppositions against this application, and only 16 in support. None of the 16 names that support this are our neighbors. We know them by name. They do not represent our street or our neighborhood that we've built together. Our kids went to the elementary school down the street. My teenagers now go to Eric Hamber. There is one other speaker that is listed, and that's Oliver Tennant, who is a Vancouver real estate developer. We that have the 32 written submissions that are posed represent our street and our neighbors that will be directly impacted. The other area of concern is the mature trees on this property. There is some trees that tower far above even the 6-story development on King Edward. And we're really concerned that those trees would be lost with any rezoning and development application that would come out of that rezoning. And a lot of the submissions have captured that as well. And I hope that council has had the time to review those 32 written oppositions. To also address the questions earlier about townhouse supply, directly behind us, there is, I believe, 17 townhouses currently being built. There is a very large townhouse development between Manitoba and Ontario that on average is selling for about $2 million. That is not affordable. That kind of development is not going to allow young families the opportunity to get into the market when, if you go 4 blocks east, you can buy a single family home lot for less than that amount. So we have a growing supply of townhouses. Sorry,
that is it
have
for
I
your
reached
time.
my time?
Yeah, you have.
Okay.
You're just over. Thank you
Well,
so
thank you
much.
very much for that.
Anytime. Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you. We're moving now, Council, on numbers 3 and 4. Speakers have withdrawn. So number 5, Oliver Tennant. Oliver Tennant, are you on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I spoke earlier in favor of the other townhouse development there on West 26. And I want to stay on to speak in favor of this one too. And I really do want to reiterate some of those comments I had made earlier. Again, long-term relationship, having a young family in Vancouver, wanting to obviously stay and grow a family in Vancouver. We have no interest in purchasing a single-family home, nor can we afford one. And projects like this for burgeoning young families are something I hope you can support, because it's something we definitely need. And, you know, it's a bit tough for me because hearing the former speaker trying to call me out, saying I don't live in the neighborhood or anything like that, I think it's kind of unfortunate, because it is a great neighborhood, and I hope that neighborhood can be shared. And I think when it comes to projects like this, these townhouse projects that were formerly single family, the group of individuals that we're not really considering right now are the ones that maybe living there in the future when it's completed and can add to the neighborhood and add to the community. So I just hope, council members, that the future residents of this building are taken into account, and that I am in full support of it, as we're currently looking for housing like this, my family and I, and it being a single family house isn't something our family wants, needs, or can afford, and we really welcome projects like this. So again, thank you for letting me speak again tonight. I just felt the need to stay on because I saw there was another project like this on, and have yourself a good evening, and thank you again.
Yep. And thank you very much for staying on to speak to this. And there are no questions for you, but again, thank you for speaking to council. Speaker 6, Jadine Cairns.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Perfect. Thank you, council. This is my first council meeting. I'm very excited to be able to speak. My name is Jadine Cairns, and I do reside at 191 West 26. I live next door to the proposed project. A lot of the things that I had talked about or that I had prepared to speak on, Blaine, Cairns, and Brent had already spoken on. So I'm going to tell you sort of my story a little bit, and it's probably not a unique one. I am against this zoning, and I will tell you the reasons for. I am so fortunate to live in the city, and I thank you, City Councilor, for working so long and hard. I've been watching your work here this tonight, and you do this all the time. So thank you for working so hard at trying to ensure that we are living in a thriving, flourishing city of Vancouver. I am of Asian descent. My grandfather journeyed to this land and hoping to build a better life. I know density. I know life in a dense place. I was born in Hong Kong, a very dense city. I've been in New York with other relatives, very dense city. And I also believe that there's a space for, or there's a need for space. I've worked in mental health for 30 years, and there's a lot of need for even animals and people to be not so dense. And I'm not saying that the council is thinking of densifying as per New York or Toronto or anything like that. But I do believe there's a need for green and for space and for light. I know that we are going to be impacted by a three-level structure next to us. I've just lived with it. I thought it was fine. We actually have three-level townhomes behind us right now, which is causing all sorts of hazards with density for parking and noise and all those things, just fine. And that's already blocked off our mountain view. So when we have something next to us, it's going to block off more light. I digress there. But I do come from an impoverished background. My husband and I worked really hard. We've been in this neighborhood for 20 years, and not to put aside what other young burgeoning families are in need of, but we were that young burgeoning family, and we worked so hard, and now we're in a place where, like, oh my gosh, I couldn't afford my house if I was to buy it. We are in a neighborhood. We're also in a sandwich generation where we're looking after parents and kids at the same time. So where are we going to move? So this is just like my story, like I was saying. And I do want to comment that we don't want to live further out, which we could. And we don't have a lot of ability to buy a different space if we're going to be in the shadow of three-story buildings all over us because we're a tiny little modest home. This is a neighborhood. Last year we had experiences where people were doing there was flood on the street, and people were digging out the grass or the leaves for us. And every year we actually mow each other's. My husband mows our neighbor's lawn. We actually do each other's snow removal. When I walk my dog, like last month, my dog hurt himself, and our neighbor down the block volunteered to carry my 60-pound dog back to my house for me because he had hurt his leg when running around. So this is definitely a neighborhood, and I fear for the loss of that. And I know that densification is important, and I would vote for, I like what Councillor Hardwick was saying, a gentler densification. There are homes here with suites, with laneway houses, carriage houses, and I would vote for that because this is actually quite a small street. I don't know if it can support the mass and the structure that's proposed for 6 or 10 or 8. I don't know how many units there is, but we are all concerned, of course. So thank you for your time, and I just hope that we can preserve the smaller streets, and the densification of the bigger streets makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were very clear in your statements. Appreciate that. There's no questions, but thank you again. Moving on to speaker 7, Naomi Steinberg.
Hi.
Hi.
It's me. Hi. It's me again. Thank you. Yeah, it's me again. This has been really interesting and valuable to be part of. I spoke for 756 West 26th and mentioned that I was on the agenda for for this 197 West 26, as well as 707 West 27 and 157 to 163 West King Edward. So I just wanted to highlight in this case of 197 West 26 that this is a perfect example of an opportunity to lean into innovative city building. To be situated in relation to this quote property with an underground stream by the neighbor was amazing. Thank you. And I'd like to echo the sentiment that the whole hood looks like it's about to fall. With regards to the fact that the senior planner doesn't seem to know how many townhouses we need, I think it would be important to look at the current numbers and make sure that the developments that are being permitted that might necessitate these excavations and the urban logging, which is so painful to our landscape, to this land, and to all the relations that could be built, don't go ahead, which isn't to say don't go ahead with rezoning. We know the streamlining hearing is happening and you're deliberating, and, ongoing is happening with that. But the land value question, the ongoing flipping, assembling, and disassembling, I would just urge you to really use these opportunities to think differently about the way things can be done and numbers could be crunched. There is one condo development, as mentioned, just to the northwest of the proposed site, which is a perfect example of how a very modest sum of DCL money could be used towards community engagement in the form of a retaining wall. One of the beautiful trees that was retained in that development is eroding at its roots. So community could be engaged through the building of this retaining wall, and it could extend as far as the Opal Seniors condo development and have all kinds of ripple effect up and down King Edward and the whole Canby corridor. So truly use these opportunities. Thank you.
Great, and thank you. Appreciate the points that you've made, and there are no questions for you, but again, thank you for speaking to council.
Thank you.
I believe that we do have another speaker on the line. Clerk, do we have a speaker 8, Julie Nichols?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I hear you. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to make 3 points to council tonight. I am a property owner and resident on the block. I live 4 homes down from the proposed application. The first point I'd like, and I will say outright that I am opposed to the application. The first point I'd like to make is that there was a question earlier from council about why aren't people speaking if they're opposed. And I'd like to point council's attention to the 32 submissions of opposition that have been filed by our neighbors. They have been filed by people who live here in this neighborhood, who have an interest in this neighborhood, and they are specific. If you look at the submissions, they relate to very specific concerns around privacy, around mature trees, around historical waterways, around neighborhood character. I mean, people have taken time to write to council and access council and get the attention of council for these specific concerns about the specific application. In addition, there are 16 submissions in support of this application, and I would also direct council's attention to those 16 people who we know as neighbors are not or don't appear to be connected to our neighborhood, and they are also significantly duplicative of the 16 or the people that support the application for 756 West 26th. So we don't know who these people are who are supporting the application, but they are very similar, if not identical, to those who have supported this developer's application on another property. So our concern is that the numbers in support are not an accurate representation of the neighborhood or support for this application. I can also tell you from my personal experience, the developer and architect have not engaged the neighborhood generally, although I understand they may have had some direct conversations with very specific individual or individuals, but we have not been involved in this application. I mean, haven't been canvassed. So I would ask council to be very careful about looking at just the numbers in support and questioning how many neighbors are speaking, because I think our neighbors and our neighborhood have tried to be significantly engaged in this application. That's my first point. My second point is there are specific concerns that have been spoken to tonight by speakers and that are raised in submissions, privacy, et cetera, that I've mentioned. So those matter. They're very intentional, and they've been raised for council to consider. My main point, though, and it strikes me because I've been listening to this public hearing from the beginning, is that we have been involved in the consultation about the Cambie corridor from the beginning, and there were a number of foundational principles that planners at the city raised with this neighborhood. And they included increasing density, they included having accessible, affordable housing. And, you know, our neighborhood is not generally opposed to that. But we have to balance those laudable goals with how specific blocks and specific individuals are being affected in the context of the overall development and policy of the Cambie corridor. And what I'm hearing tonight is a number of these applications where council is looking at them and saying, well, that sounds like it's consistent with policy, so I'm going to support it. And what I'd like to respectfully ask council to consider in relation to this application is that this particular property, and I would encourage council to look at it in the context of this particular application and this particular property, is in an epicenter of development. We are surrounded by development. And we were advised by city planners at the beginning of this that we were going to see what one councillor has referred to as the gentle density, the blending into the existing neighborhoods, downsloping to allow neighborhoods to continue to exist and maintain their character. And I have to tell you, that's not what it feels like on this block. And so this particular application should be considered within its particular circumstances. On our block behind us, we have all of the development that's happening along King Edward. That is just behind us on the alley. There are some days we can't get out of our garages because we are blocked due to construction for all of the densification that is happening and all the construction that is happening. So I would ask council to be very, very cautious of simply applying broad brush policy without actual analysis of the implications of this particular application. And I would encourage you to consider the undue impact on this street and this neighborhood that this application is potentially, and in our view, actually going to engage in terms of the community impact. Thank you.
Thank you. That was perfectly timed. You do have questions. If you could stay on the line, Councillor Hardwick.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So your argument is that we should be looking at the particular circumstances at a nuanced level rather than the general statements about increase in density. As I think you called it a broad brush, right?
I did. And I would say I realize the purposes of a rezoning application may ask, you may pause at looking at the particular circumstances, but once they accumulate, as they have in this particular case, context becomes important. So if you're applying the policy to, a situation that hasn't had a cluster of densification and construction, perhaps the policy considerations aren't the same as where there hasn't been a cluster. And we are a cluster here.
Oh, you are a cluster.
That's our particular circumstance.
A
cluster of construction.
You spoke about the Cambie corridor plan. You said you were involved earlier. You may remember one of the foundational principles as being neighborliness.
Yes.
Does that ring a bell?
It does.
So here's the core question then. Should council listen to you and your neighbors as existing residents, or prioritize people who speculatively might want to move there in the future in a way that, as you've observed, will be increasing density and changing the neighborhood beyond what it is at this point? But I think that's the core question that council's asking, has got to ask itself, because as you observed, we heard from 32 of your neighbors, and then we heard from a bunch of people that, as we've established, are likely working in the industry. So
Right.
you're saying we should listen to you as existing residents.
I think what I'm saying
obviously
is,
you are.
sorry. Well, I think what I'm saying, and I think it's important to understand that in general, personally, it's not like I'm anti-densification. We would love to have a robust neighborhood and maintain a robust neighborhood, but I think there is a requisite balance that's needed here. And it would be dangerous for a council to just simply go, well, that's policy, therefore, yes, rezoning is approved. There is a particular impact with this application, given its location, given the particular characteristics of the property, and given the investment of the neighbors. So I don't think any of the speakers have come on here and said, we're against densification, we want to keep families out, new families who want to access the neighborhood out. I mean, that is absolutely not what we are looking for, but we are looking for careful consideration by council for the particular application that's before you.
Thank you. You're very clear. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Hardwick. And there are no more questions. Thank you so much for speaking to council and answering those questions. Very much appreciated.
Thanks for your time.
Cliff, are there any other speakers either in the chamber or on the line?
There are none.
Okay, I'm going to proceed with my calling out for 3 times. First being this is the first. If there are any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 pound before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream. Are there any speakers in chambers or on the line, clerk?
No.
Okay, if there are any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 pound before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber? Sorry, are there any speakers in the council chamber or on the line?
No.
Okay, this is my 3rd time. If there are any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 pound before the close of this list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. So we have a 5-minute break as we see if anybody joins the line. Okay, Council. I'm just going to check with the clerk. I've called out 3 times. Clerk, are there any speakers to this item on the line or in chambers?
No.
Great. Seeing that there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. And since there have been few or no public comments received on this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments, asking further questions of staff, and making a decision. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
My name is Hans Fast. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm the owner of the development company behind this project, and I would just like to acknowledge all the concerns raised by the neighbors, and also mention that in September I did meet with the 2 neighbors at 191 West 26th to address and discuss the concerns that they had and the concerns represented by their neighbors. So I have tried my best to show openness to collaboration, and we'll continue to do so throughout the development or throughout the process as this project moves forward. When the property was purchased a few months ago, the house was in decrepit shape with a leaking roof. It was vacant for a couple of years and run down, and definitely not in line with the beautiful street character that is on 26th today. And I would like to acknowledge that we will be working with our design team to make sure that it fits in according with the beautiful street character that is there today. And so that's all I would like to share tonight.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Staff, do you have any closing comments?
Staff have no closing comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On to questions to staff then, councillors. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead. You're first.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to direct a question to staff following up on a comment we heard from several speakers, and that was about a concern with a potential or possible sinkhole, and as well with respect to sort of the potential waterway and an impact that might have on the property. Are there identified, can staff provide any perspective or information on that? Are there any identified concerns or risks with that in that regard?
Austin Norrie, Senior Planner on the line. Thank you, Councillor, for your question. The information I have for this site is there is a water course that runs adjacent to the site, and that's the information that I got from engineering. However, the other information that was presented from one of the speakers was that it actually runs into the site. I should mention that engineering has applied a watercourse covenant onto this application as a condition, which would mean that the applicant would be subject to ensure the health of that watercourse is maintained during construction period. There also will be a rainwater management plan as well as a hydrological study at the time of the DP phase, which staff will review those documents to determine the water table and irrigation is maintained as part of the development.
Okay, and if the hydrological study and the other due diligence processes were to reveal any vulnerability or anything that needed to be addressed, just to confirm that that would be a requirement then as a condition on the application for prior to proceeding with any construction to ensure that there was stability in the area, no undue impact on residents. Is that correct to say?
Correct. If it was determined that additional mitigation to irrigation issues were identified, those could be applied as conditions at the DP stage.
Okay. I'm going to leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. On to Councillor Wee for questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess a follow-up question. In the document, it talks about 2.1 under engineering. There's a watercourse covenant, and I'm assuming that's on title for the duration on the property. And I'm wondering how large is the watercourse covenant, and what are the rules and regulations that protect the site?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Weeb. It's Yarda McNeil, Assistant Director of Planning. We're not sure about the scope of the covenant. That will be determined at the DP stage. Essentially what that does, it protects the flow of water as it comes onto the property, as it's diverted through construction, and then it rehooks up at the point that it leaves that site in order for that water to continue to flow in the way that it always has. That is the requirement of the of the construction process and for the owner to maintain in perpetuity. Beyond that, we have no other further information at this point.
So if there's a watercourse covenant that needs to ensure that the water continuously flows through the property, that means the creek does go through this property. Is that correct?
Yes, it's been determined that there is a underground stream. And so that covenant will protect the stream from being blocked up through construction. In other words, it can be diverted in some fashion, but it has to be able to flow onto the property and through the property and past the property in perpetuity.
Is there any ability for us to look at opportunities to have that be daylit to the public so that people can see the natural asset of this water course instead of it being diverted?
Yeah, it's a good question. It comes up a lot in these instances. It has everything to do with how deep the stream is. If it's something that's within generally about a 5 to 10 foot depth, it can sometimes be daylit on a site without obstructing construction. In this instance, though, it's unlikely. That stream is probably somewhere closer to 20 feet below grade. And in order to daylight that with the ranked banks on either side of it to provide access, you'd end up using too much of the allowable footprint of the site to build on, and you couldn't develop the property in that regard. So what happens with these is simply just to maintain the health of the stream by through this watercourse agreement.
Okay, if you could get more information on the water course at this point of the rezonings in the future. The second is 26 is the Park Connector Street. Can you talk about the offsites that will need to be dealt with to ensure that it's continuous to the 26th Avenue Park Connector Street in the public realm planning of the Canby Corridor Plan?
Hi, Councillor Wiebe. It's Team Fan, Senior Rezoning Planner. Thanks for that question. I think that what we do know is that through the engineering conditions, there is a condition for street improvements along West 26th and Columbia. I don't know further details in terms of that connecting directly to the park connector, though I'm sure that that's something that we could work through through the design development stage as well. But we do know, yeah.
Okay, because in the public realm for the Canby Corridor, there's a dotted green line that goes right in front of this property, but I didn't see that reflected in the report.
Yes, thank you for that important point. I think that it's certainly an element that we would consider, I think, through the review process of the form of development and opportunities to connect to that park connector as well. So we could see that through the future design development stage.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
That's it for Councillor Wiebe?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Dalbanato, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor We've asked my question about the waterway. I did want to follow up, though, to staff that there was a reference made by one of the residents who called in about, the scope and scale of proposed townhomes and referenced 10 townhomes. And I didn't see that in the report. So could you just clarify that for me in terms of, I appreciate we've got the density framework in here, but is that what's contemplated?
Hi, Councillor Dominato. It's Tina again. I couldn't catch that in terms of, is the question related to 10 townhomes on this particular site or 10 townhomes
Yes.
adjacent?
I
Right.
think that's what I heard the residents say. It was going to be 10 townhomes on that site.
Certainly. Yeah, I think what we can tell you is that this proposal is for a one lot redevelopment. And through our analysis, we estimate that one lot could deliver some 5 to 6 townhomes. So that's kind of where we're estimating it to be in the future through the form of development. So I couldn't tell you that it would be 10. I would say that our estimates put us around 5 to 6.
Okay, thank you. I may have misheard the speaker as well, so I apologize for that. And then could you just comment around generally around tree retention in the area? Because I do see, I believe it's to the north, is that there is a townhome development just off of King Edward, and what we'd be doing around tree retention for this site.
Certainly, Councillor Dominato. For the townhouse rezonings, We always ask for at the future development permit stage an arborist report as well as a landscape plan. So we tried to look at what currently exists and opportunities to enhance greenery on the site. And the design guidelines are very clear in that we do look to enhance what opportunities for additional planting and additional trees that surround the site. And that comes in the form of through courtyards, for example, or front and rear yard landscaping edges. So.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Dominato, that's it?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Fry, go ahead. You may be muted. Councillor Fry, we still can't hear you.
How about now?
Yep, that's good.
There we go. I similarly have some, I'm a little confused and have some questions around the stream. I appreciate that the neighbors have included the map, the stream map that pretty clearly shows the stream looks like it would be running through this property. Yardley McNeil confirmed that the stream is running through this property, but the referral report says the rezoning does not contain an old stream, and it's the adjacent property to the east. And so I'm struggling. I'm confused. How do we get these kind of conflicting reports coming out on this? And what does it actually look like if the DP uncovers that there is a waterway here? And given what we've experienced with just in the last weeks with cataclysmic rainwater impacts on streams and waterways, and what we know about climate change, what happens in the event that we do discover there is a significant waterway under this site at DP?
Thanks, Councillor Fry. It's Teen here again, a senior rezoning planner. From when the application came in at the time of staff review, we looked to our van map system to understand if there were natural assets on that site. We were relying on an older van map system, and myself and Austin Norrie both looked at the natural assets that ran through the site, and we discovered that the stream showed that it ran adjacent to this current property to the east. And so that's what we accounted for in the referral report. Engineering has secured and required a water course agreement through a condition. So whether, it's clear that there is a water course agreement that applies to this site, and that's been secured through an engineering condition. What I would say is that we have recently updated our van map system, and we've introduced new software and more upgraded software, which currently it does reveal that there is an old stream that does run through this site. So that discrepancy has been resolved regardless through the engineering condition that does require that the property owner ensure that the natural asset is able to be maintained through the future development process.
And so when it goes on title, that effectively protects and indemnifies the adjacent property from any incidentals of a diverted waterway that might suddenly move through their property and cause a sinkage or property destruction?
Hi, Councillor Fry. The water course agreement that is secured on title applies only to this site. So it wouldn't apply necessarily to the adjacent site. So it counts for the fact that there is an old stream that does run underneath this current site here.
Right. And so this current property that we're talking about would be responsible for that stream. And should the stream change course as a result of this development, they would be responsible for that, is what I'm getting at.
Certainly, yeah, it does apply to this particular site, and it's up to the current property owner. I'm not sure about if the stream changes course and runs adjacent to the adjacent property. That might be something that would be applied through a future consideration if that property adjacent to it comes forward with a redevelopment, and then probably very similarly, the engineering group would apply a similar covenant.
Does this development contemplate underground parking or any kind of significant excavation that would get close to the 20 feet?
I think that is an analysis that could be done, will be done at the time of development permit where the applicant is expected to meet the parking bylaw. Right now, the design guidelines for the townhouse allow for consideration of surface parking, so parking that does not penetrate below grade. Again, we'd have to look at that through the design development stage, but that watercourse covenant that does apply to that site would still need to be maintained, even if there were requirements for underground parking for this proposal.
Okay, thanks, Dean.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, that is it for your questions. So I'm looking to somebody to move this, the recommendations here.
So moved. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you. Seconder?
Councillor Boyle.
Okay, thank you. We are now into debate. Any councillors wish to speak, or I'm happy to move us to a vote if not. Councillor Prime, to the motion.
Yeah, and I am struggling with this. I do appreciate it's a modest density add at 1.2 FSR and 3 stories, and it's, I think, an appropriate built form and housing vernacular. I do worry about some of the discrepancy that we're seeing in the understanding of that underground waterway. Although I think our staff explanation does give me some comfort that as this proceeds to DP, that there will be some thoughtful consideration, and I appreciate that staff are hearing me say this right now and hearing some of the concerns that the other councillors have expressed about this specific site and about the underground waterway and about the fact that we're hearing conflicting reports that have sort of as yet are unresolved, and that we are reeling from the impacts of catastrophic flooding in the Fraser Valley, and we know that climate change is going to bring more of these kind of incidents, and the flow of water is a mighty thing. And so it does leave a lot of questions for me, and I take the neighbors' acknowledgement of the sinkholes around there and looking at it on Google Map and stuff. It does apparently seem like I've never seen 2 side-by-side storm grates, yet apparently there is one out on this block right by this stream. So I find that significant, and I really am struggling with this one. I want to put my faith in staff and what they've shared with us, but I do want to really acknowledge that this underground stream thing is weighing on my mind, and it is the singular kind of potential deal breaker for me on this. But thanks for staff's diligence on it, nonetheless.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Weed, to the motion.
Yeah, I'm also concerned about the engineered water course, and currently with what we're seeing with flash floods and climate change in the city of Vancouver, we are really struggling in certain neighborhoods with our water table, and this is a great opportunity to create a natural engineered water structure that could really help with a lot of the density and ensuring that we are collecting the water appropriately. And so as well, trust staff that we could work through the DP phase to find a way to create an engineered asset here that we can divert as much water from this neighborhood through this process, recognizing this is a green street, a park connector, so there might be an ability to wrap around this property or look at different options to create an engineered water course to showcase this stream and continue to build as we look at opportunities around the city to improve our natural infrastructure to collect our rainwater as part of the Rain City strategy. So I look at this as an opportunity, and I hope staff recognize that as I go through the next phase.
Thank you, Councillor Weed. Councillor Korea, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'll reflect and reiterate the concern with respects to the water feature in that. I mean, I think it's very top of mind for everybody right now, given what's happening in BC. But I think as well as prior to the emergency situation that we have with respect to work around really recognizing the natural water features. So while I have hesitation about that, I do believe that any significant issues will come to light through the requirements that are being placed as a result of the covenant and the different studies studies that have to be conducted. And I'll just say clearly, I think that that's a risk that the applicant is taking that may impact how that site could be built upon, may impact the financial viability around the site, et cetera, because if there are sort of more fulsome issues that are discovered, they will need to have to be addressed and mitigated before it can move forward. So, from that perspective, I'm looking at it in a similar way that I'm flagging the concern, but I'm also putting confidence in the fact that the issues will need to be addressed before building could be proceeded with, and we could not proceed with putting something in place that we did not think would be resilient and respect the continued flow of the waterway through the site. So that's one of the primary concerns that I had there. I did appreciate the comments from neighbors with respect to what people love about their neighborhood. That's part of what makes Vancouver unique, is the distinct character of the different neighborhoods. I also appreciated the comment from the applicant with respect to the fact that they heard and acknowledged that, and we're seeking to provide a design that would be respectful and complementary of that character in the neighborhood. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And a couple of additional thoughts on this. I am listening intently to the number of speakers who called in on this and reviewing the correspondence we had. And admittedly, I'm a bit conflicted on this one, and it stems from a couple of places. One, I was going to raise questions around the natural waterway, but it was addressed by a couple of my colleagues in advance. And I'm wrestling a little bit with the information that we have before us. I appreciate that staff have clarified that appropriate due diligence will be undertaken before any kind of development can take place. So that's important from my perspective. And I appreciate it was pointed out there was some conflicting information that we were receiving during this meeting, and that staff clarified that for us. But it certainly has stood out, and I appreciate that the number of the residents raised that in their comments. The second part of where my hesitation lies is around the general conversation and points that residents raised about the change in the neighborhood, but that we've gotten to a place where there seemed to be a lack of awareness that there was potential for townhomes in this area, and this is something that we've heard very clearly from the public, is that we need to be adding this gentle density. We've been talking at length about the importance of missing middle, and I've seen examples of it throughout the city, mixed in with similar neighborhoods, single detached homes. A lot of pre-work was done in the context with the developer, with the neighborhood and the residents, and engaging them, and so I think that may have contributed in part to the success of those rezonings. I appreciated that the applicant spoke up towards the end there to sort of clarify that they were hearing the neighbors' concerns about the fit with the neighborhood and the context. And so just to acknowledge that, but I am a little surprised, admittedly, with this particular one, that we've gotten to such a stage, and there doesn't seem to be as much support from the near neighbors. But on the flip side, we also had a number of residents write in saying that yes, we do need to embrace this, and we need to have a different type of tenure and housing options for residents. And a detached home is completely out of reach for them, and so this provides more choices. And so that's certainly something I'm weighing in my mind this evening. And so I just want to acknowledge that there was a number of pieces of information that came out through the meeting. I appreciated the comments from our residents, but also from the applicant and the architect at the beginning. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Hardwick.
Well, I guess the answer to the question that I asked one of the speakers, should council listen to you as an existing resident, or prioritize people who speculative might want to move here over time in the future? I think we're just about to answer that question. To me, the larger issues remain around land inflation through the precipitous rezoning that has been undertaken here, but we continue down this path. So, all of the other issues that have been brought up about the nuance of the individual neighborhood, the proximity to neighbors, and the issues around the stream features and our concerns about ongoing concerns regarding climate change that I guess we'll see what happens with the water in the streams in this area next deluge that we've got coming up in the next little while. Anyhow, it we'll continue to see these and they'll continue to get passed, but I'm not going to support it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hardwick. We have no other speakers on the list, so Madam Clerk, if you, Clerk, if you could move us to a vote on this, that would be good. Thank you. Okay, that does pass with 2 in opposition, Councillors Swanson and Hardwick. Okay. Okay, that moves us on to item number 8 on our list. Council, I just wanted to inform you that we actually have, according to the clerk, no other speakers on the line at this point. And that means it may be possible for us to finish, but only if we extend extend this meeting. And so I don't know if anybody's interested in doing that, but the backup date otherwise would be December 15th, I believe.
I just have a point of procedure.
Point of procedure. Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
My point of procedure is the meeting would have to be on December 15th for the backup date here.
Correct.
Just wanted to make sure I understood that.
Yeah, I just said that. Okay. Councillor Boyle?
Yes, I'd like to move to extend to finish the remainder of the agenda.
Second.
Okay. Do I have a second for that?
Councillor Dominato.
Great. Okay, and I'm just going to ask for yeas and nays at this point. All those in favor say yay.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, we're extending to finish the business. Thanks, Council. It was unanimous. And we are now dealing with the referral point report 8. And and so I'm going to first ask if the clerk could read the application and summary of correspondence, please.
There's an application by Graduate Architecture to rezone 608 to 632 West 54th Avenue from single detached houses and duplexes district to multiple dwelling district to permit townhouse development for maximum floor space ratio of 1.2. If rezoning is approved, a subsequent development permit process will entail review of a proposed form of development. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set on the summary and recommendations of the public hearing agenda. The following correspondence has been received since referred to public hearing. One piece of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thanks very much. I wonder if any member of any member of council wishes to declare conflicts of interest on this item. Seeing now none, I'm just going to read the first request for speakers. Any speakers, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470# before the close of the speakers list. That phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. There will be an opportunity for those on the phone or in person to speak at the end of the registered speakers list. We have Austin Norrie, rezoning planner, rezoning center planning, urban design and sustainability, here to present the application. If we don't want to hear it, we need a motion to waive presentation.
Move to waive the presentation.
That sounds like Councillor Kirby-Young.
Second, Dominato.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Great, thank you. Steph, we've moved that the presentation. Is the applicant team here to speak to the application?
This is Yin Guan here, the architect.
Yes. Are you going to speak or be available for questions?
No, I'm available as a question.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Council, do you have any questions to staff or the applicant team? I am not seeing any, so we are now going to turn to hear from the public. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 pound before the close of the speakers list. That phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. Clerk, could you just confirm if there are any speakers in chambers or on the line?
No.
Great. Okay, I'm going. Somebody's not muted and is speaking. Just council, if you could watch that, please. I'm going to call 3 more times. Then, if there are any additional speakers for this item to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 pound. Before the close of this list, the phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. Clerk, are there any speakers either on the line or in chambers?
Just checking, and no.
Okay, I am going to call 2 more times. If there are any additional speakers for this item, to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 pound. Before the close of this list, the phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. Clerk, any speakers in chambers or on the line?
No.
Okay, 3rd time. If there are any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 pound before the close of this list. The phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. 5-minute break, council, as we wait to see if anybody does call.
Council is currently on a short recess. If anyone currently on the line
Councillor DiGenova, but I can't be on video right now.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Melissa. Okay, Clerk, I think I see that we have quorum now.
Yes,
Just
you can, it's over to you, Chair Carr.
Okay, Council, Clerk, if you could just let me know if there's any other speakers on the line or in chambers to this item.
No.
Great. Seeing there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. And as few or no public comments were received on this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest we not close the receipt of public comments, move on to hearing closing comments, asking further questions of staff and making a decision. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
No further comment. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Staff, do you have any further closing comments?
Staff have no closing comments. Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions for staff? Okay, I'm seeing no one on the list. Council, it's now time to make a decision. Do we have a mover?
Kirby Young.
Thank you. Seconder?
Councillor Boyle.
Thank you. I'm seeing no one on the list. So, Council, I'm going to ask the clerk to move us to a vote, please. Councillor Weep, you haven't yet voted. Okay, that passes with Councillors Swanson and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. And that takes us to the end of that item. Thank you very much, Council. We're now moving on to item 9 on the agenda. Item 9 is the rezoning for 707 West 27th Avenue. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on this? I'm seeing no one on the list. Clerk, could you please read the summary and read the application and summary of correspondence?
There's an application by P Square Engineering and Construction Limited to rezone 707 West 27th Avenue from single detached houses and duplexes district to multiple dwelling district. To permit townhouse development of a maximum floor space ratio of 1.2. If rezoning is approved, a subsequent development permit process will entail review of proposed form of development. General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set on the summary and recommendations of the public hearing agenda. No correspondence has been received on this application since referral to public hearing.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any speakers for this item wishing to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470# before the close of the speakers list. This phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for those on the phone or in person to speak at the end of the registered speakers list. We have Austin Norrie, rezoning planner, rezoning center, planning, urban design and sustainability, here to present the application. I note there are no speakers to this item. Council, at this point, you can move to waive this presentation if you wish.
Move to waive the presentation.
Thank you, Councillor
Second.
Fry. And that was second. Was it Councillor Boyle?
Councillor Boyle. Yep. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of waiving this presentation, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Great, thank you. Thank you, staff, but no need for that. Is the applicant team here to speak to the application? Is the applicant team here?
Payments will be here in a second. He just got logged out by accidentally. He'll be coming.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is Payman Hosseini on the line yet? Or was that Brian Billingsley who spoke earlier? Are you prepared to?
That's right. It's Brian. I'm
Yeah.
just waiting for payment, but maybe we just proceed anyways. I think it's fine.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's great.
Thank you. Yeah,
Uh,
I don't want to delay you guys. It's late, right?
appreciate that. There may be questions to you. Council can ask questions, obviously to the applicant or to staff. Council,
Mhm.
do you have any questions? I am not seeing any. So we are now moving to hearing from the public on this item. If there are any speakers to this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 80470 before the close of the speakers list. This phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Clerk, are there any speakers online or in council chamber?
No.
Great. Okay, at this point, I am going to do 3 calls. If there are any additional speakers for this item who wish, I wish I was a robot actually, who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 before the close of the speakers list. Phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream. Clerk, are there any speakers in council chambers or on the line?
No.
Okay, my second call. If there are any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 before the close of this list. Phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber online, clerk?
No.
Thank you. This is my third and final call. If there are any additional speakers for this item wishing to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 before the close of this list. The phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream, and we are going to take a 5-minute break to see if anyone does come on the line. 5 minutes, everyone. Seeing that there are no additional speakers to this item, that speakers list is now closed, and as
Oh,
fewer no.
sorry, Chair Carr. There,
Oh, I'm sorry. Are
we
there any
did get a
further speakers?
speaker. Yes.
I am so sorry. Are there any speakers to this item, either online or in chambers?
Yes, there is a speaker online.
Ah,
Hi.
okay.
Hi,
Yes, go
it's me again, Naomi Steinberg. As forewarned, I'm on the agenda for 756 West 26, 197 West 27. This one as well, 707 West 27. All under the Canby Corridor Plan. So, as we've heard, given the scale and rate of change, context is important. It's not just a singular property, it's all of them, which is part of why we're doing our rezoning streamlining. The trees here are significant. We're near the hospital. It's near the rehab, GF Strong Rehab. These are all people who need rest and respite and quiet, not decades of jackhammering. So I urge you again to be careful what precedents you set as you proceed with your deliberations, your rezonings, and your streamlinings. We heard that we need a more robust analysis of the implications of applications. When the rate of change is so rapid and there may not be enough GIS or geotech data, when we've heard concerns expressed by Councillor Fry regarding inconsistent information regarding streams and from Councillor Wiebe regarding the green dotted line in the Canby Corridor Public Realm Plan, what assurances do we have on this site that developers and staff have or can do their due diligence? We all agree that the climate crisis, topography, and hydrology don't contain themselves to a single watercourse covenant or, in fact, a single watershed. So again, I'm curious to know where we go in terms of policy and procedure with our comprehensive redevelopment zones. The lived experience at times feels tragic, at times feels overwhelming, at times feels like the most backwards thing in terms of local economics. But I leave that to all the experts that you have on staff. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time and speaking very clearly on a number of issues tonight. I really appreciate that. There are no questions for you, but again, thank you so much.
Yes. You're welcome.
So at this point, that is, I should ask again, are there any other further speakers on the line, clerk?
No more speakers.
Okay. So as few or no public comments have been received on this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments, asking further questions of staff and to make a decision. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
No closing comments.
Thank you. Staff, do you have any closing comments?
Staff have no closing comments. Thank you.
Okay, council, I don't see any of you on the list for questions. In that case, oh wait, Councillor Wiebe, go ahead with questions.
Yeah, one last time I'm going to ask this to see if I can get a clear answer. The square footage of 7653, which is the rezoning that we're putting in front of us right now, and the base zoning was 4464, which is 3189 times the $55 per square foot, is larger than the amount in the report. Can we please have a review and let me know why these numbers are not consistent? It's been every report today, and there's just been, it's not a lot of money, but in every report, it's a little bit of funding that could really go to build community amenities. So can I just get a clarification that the numbers I have that I'm doing are incorrect?
Hi,
Staff?
Thanks for that question, Councillor Wiebe. I'm just looking at the public benefit summary here, and just to make sure that we are calculating it according to the policy. So what we're doing is we're taking 7653, which is the proposed zoning, and we're minusing 4783.
Why are we not, if you look at the last page,
Yeah.
the permitted under current zoning is the 4464. So why are we doing the proposed zoning base density of 0.75 when I was told in an earlier report that we're going off the 0.7?
Yes.
So why are we going after the 0.7 as an RM 8A and not off the 0.7?
Yes, it's a great question, and I think when we looked back to the density bonus zone policy, there is a table in that policy, and it outlines the base density and then the proposed zoning density. And in that policy, it says 0.75 to 1.20. So that's how we're applying it currently. And if we said 0.70, it probably was sort of an error on staff's part. But when we look to confirming the policy, that's where we arrived at in terms of how we do that calculation.
Okay, in this report, it shows the DBZ bulletin, and when you look at that, I don't see that as the confirmed policy. So is there an element in that DBZ bulletin that I'm missing that showcases that it should be under the 0.75?
Certainly, let me have a quick.
It's on page 13, which shows the Canby corridor. It's just a picture, so I don't see. So it says that the contribution rates go from the RM8A if you're going, and I see that element of it, the 0.75. 55.20. So that's on the density bonus and contribution rates, but how are we not collecting a CAC off going from the original zoning to an RM8A?
Sorry, can you just, apologies, Councillor Reed, can you just repeat that question? I think I missed it.
Okay, when you go to the bulletin for density bonus zoning and public benefits, it does say it goes from a 0.75 to 1.2, and it goes from Canby corridor when the zoning district is an RM8A. This current proposal in front of us currently isn't at that level. It's not an RMA. It's currently zoned RS1.
Right. Right.
So why are we only getting the development contribution from the proposed zoning and not the current zoning? Where's the gap on that 0.7 to 0.75? Why is it we don't that round lift? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I think it's a really great question. I think it's something that we really are reevaluating in terms of what's come up today, and why that was set at 0.75 and not set at 0.70. And I think what we can say is that we do really stick to the policy, and if the policy is saying 0.75, not 0.70, which is the current RS1 zoning and the permitted FSR, then it's something that we will definitely take away, recognizing there could be some discrepancy here, and I think we would have to go back to our colleagues over in the plan group to make sure that we are calculating it appropriately. What I would say is that because the density bonus zone contribution is based on development permit drawings and collected at the BP stage, these numbers are always very much an estimate. So while it appears in the report as 158,430, when we collected it might change and fluctuate depending on what we actually see as coming through in the development permit drawings.
And Councillor Weeb is well over time. So I'm sorry, they would just have to cut that off at this point. And I'm not seeing any other questions from councillors at this point.
Happy to move the motion, Councillor DiGenova.
Right. Sorry.
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Staff recommendation, I should say.
Yeah, just 1 second. I thought I had already a mover for this. I'm sorry, but I guess I don't. Sorry, I'm clerk. Did we not get a mover already on this? I'm sorry. I seem to have made a note on that, but
it is the clerk here. Yes, we are moving into the vote with the motion, or sorry, moving into debate now. Chair Carr?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but they're okay. So I'm sorry, I did not capture the mover and seconder on that. My apologies.
Oh, sorry. It was if I got it right, it was Councillor DiGenova.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch who the seconder was.
Dominato.
I'm sorry. I did miss that as well. Okay. And Councillor DiGenova to the motion.
No, I just didn't know if you needed me to move it, so I put myself.
Okay, okay, the clerk captured that. Sorry, it's all good. Then I guess we can be moved to a vote on this. Counselor, sorry, clerk, please.
Sorry, it must be getting late. Are you ready for the vote? Is that what you said?
Yes, I just said that. Sorry, it is getting a bit late. Go ahead. And we're moving a bit quickly. Go
Okay,
ahead.
here we go.
Okay, so that vote passes with Councillors Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. Okay, thank you. We are now moving into the last item on the agenda, rezoning 157163 West King Edward. Sorry. Does any member of council wish to declare conflict of interest on number 10? Item 10. No, seeing none. Clerk, could you please read the application and summary of correspondence received?
It's an application by Form Development to rezone 157 to 163 West King Edward Avenue from single detached houses and duplex district to multiple dwelling district to permit townhouse development with maximum floor space ratio 1.2. If rezoning is approved, a subsequent development permit process will include review of proposed form of development. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. No correspondence has been received on this application since referral to public hearing.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to, for my first time, any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for those on the phone or in person to speak at the end of the registered speakers list. We don't have anybody on that list right now, but there we go. We have Austin Norrie, rezoning planner, rezoning center, planning, urban design, and sustainability here to present the application. So there will be a presentation unless it's moved to waive. Council, do you want to hear the application? Presentation?
Move to waive. Second.
Second, Dominato.
Okay, with that, Councilor Boyle moved and Councilor Dominato seconded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say nay. Great. We are now moving that presentation. Is the applicant team here to speak to this application?
Yes, we are.
Great. Go ahead.
We will wait for questions, but I just wanted to say thank you for council for their dedication to and commitment to finishing the agenda. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillors, there are questions you could ask to either the staff or to the applicant team. I'm at this point not seeing any. So we will now hear from the public. If there are any speakers to this item wishing to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470# before the close of the speakers list. That phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream. Clerk, are there any speakers in the council chamber or online to this item?
Yes, we have a speaker at the chamber podium.
Oh, that's great. Okay, and I guess that person can, at this point, approach and just make sure that you state your name and whether or not you're a resident of the city of Vancouver.
Good evening, councillors. Although it's past my bedtime, I'm very patient listening to all these things that you guys are talking about, the other applications that are out there. A few things that I was pretty interested in and was about the one stream that's running.
Excuse me, Speaker, could you please state your name
My
for
name
the
is
record?
Jack Sandu, and I live directly in between the two sites that this developer is proposing.
And are you a
So I'm
resident? Oh, so you are a
175
resident.
West King Edward,
Great, thank you.
and I'm here today for a few reasons. One is I was never ever approached, my wife and I, with the contract to purchase and sale and offer from these developers to purchase our property, and besides that, my concern is today is if am I able to do my own development is what I want to know moving forward.
This is not a time when you can actually ask questions. You can make a statement regarding this development, but I would encourage you to contact our staff at the city to ask that question after the public hearing. Or you're there in person right now. I suppose if they are in chambers, you could ask them at the end of this, but it's not the opportunity to ask that question, just to make comment on the current application.
Sure. I'm not here. I'm here. I support their development, what they're doing. That's fine. Even though they didn't approach us, that's fair enough. My main concern and my wife's main concern is if we're able to do our own development down the line, and if we still fall into the criteria of the Canby Corridor Phase 3 and have their density up to 1.2 FSR, and which I could talk to the staffers here afterwards, as you say, and then just the interesting thing is Councilor Weeb there. He's talking about the 5 million thing. Everything's signed for 5 million. That's I never heard anything like that on our block at all. So just sitting here all night listening to that is I was wondering where that came from. And secondly, I just hope that stream that you guys are talking about on 197 doesn't veer off into my property also, right?
Right. Okay. That's it for your comments.
But no, I'm just gonna go back into talking about these townhomes, right? I was involved in this Canby Corridor Phase 3 from the beginning. We worked it, and I had 11 houses on both sides of 100 block of West King Edward, all ready to do high density, and the city kind of refused us from having the Phase 2 development density. And I still believe, as I stated before up on the podium here before, that this townhouse development on major roads doesn't work. And you still go there. I was out at a friend's place for Halloween in all the realm and stuff like that, where they show all the kids are running around trick or treating and everything. It's not there. Nobody seems to use their front door on a major arterial road. Right? You don't see no welcome mats. You don't see no coffee tables there. All they do is just use their underground parking. That's it. No street on Oak, Granville. You look at King Edward, wherever all these townhouses are. Nobody uses their front doors at all. And I stated before with the city staffers that these townhouses should be in the inner blocks where neighbors know each other, everybody knows each other. They feel free to open their door. On major roads, nobody knows the people who live across the street or anything like that. The community's not there. They're separated. So I would like to see that we sit down with the city and see what we can do with this. We had all these people ready for higher density, and I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you so much. And that's perfectly timed. You don't have any questions, but very much appreciate not only you speaking to council, but the fact that you've come in to speak to council. Yeah. Thank you so much. And so, council or staff, I'm just going to ask if there's any other speakers either in chambers or on the line.
No speakers.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask, I'm going to do the call 3 times for this, starting with my first call. If there are any other additional speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 # before the close of the speakers list. That phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream. Clerk, are there any other speakers in chambers or on the line?
No.
Okay, my second call. If there are any other additional speakers for this item wishing to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 # before the close of the speakers list. That phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream. Clerk, any speakers in chambers or on the line?
No.
Third and final time, if there are any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 80470 # before the close of the speakers list. That phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream. And we are on a 5-minute break, council.
Yes, you do have quorum.
Okay, then let's, yeah, I'll continue then.
Yes, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. Is there any speaker who was either called in or in council chambers for this item?
Yes, we have a speaker who has called in.
Okay, speaker, if you could please state your name and whether you live in Vancouver.
Hi, I'm assuming it's me, Naomi Steinberg, who's next on the list. I live in Vancouver on the Cambie corridor between 27th and 28th. I'm curious about this site 157163 West King Ed. Is it also part of a density bonus zone, which, by the way, is a new acronym for me, the DBZ? I'm therefore wondering how are revenue streams being calculated? What will we do without DCL or, in fact, also apparently CAC contributions in an already amenity scarce area? What guarantees infrastructure upgrades are adequate or done in a timely manner? I've heard the condo market on arterials is down because with pandemic restrictions, people realize green spaces are important and that this is what has caused an acceleration towards density by building townhouses. But this comes at the cost of green spaces and big, beautiful boulders excavated and water table altered. It's ironic. The ongoing flipping, assembling, and disassembling in my neighborhood makes it clear that not many more people than the realtors are winning. Gentle density could be built without increased time or money costs pushed onto local developers or single detached owners wishing to infill. Regarding financial viability, it's hard. There are supply chain issues. There has been the pine beetle. There have been fires. These are all good reasons to make more than abatement mandatory. Use these opportunities to divert from the waste stream to salvage. Use your power and influence wisely. Encourage developers to partner not just with demo companies, but with deconstructors. Come back into line with being with Greenest City and Vancouver Plan aspirations. I don't always know what jargon to use or comprehend statistics, but I do know that housing is not a product to be sold and to make a mad profit on. The side blocks of the Cambie corridor are already falling. We're in a cluster of clusters, and the so-called secured rentals are often still managed by savvy investors. We do need to dampen speculation and create complete communities. We can capture the land value in ways that sustain and increase over generations through amenities that include nature assets. Please, I urge you to proceed so carefully and to use all of your wisdom connected to these beautiful lands. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking on this item and so clearly about it. There are no questions for you, but again, very much appreciate you staying late to call in. So council, we are at the point of no more speakers, so I'm going to close the speakers list. And as few or no public comments were received on, oh, actually I should check. Clerk, were there any other people that called in on this item?
No.
Okay, thanks. So I'm closing the speakers list, and as few or no public comments were received on this item after 5 p.m., I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments, further questions to staff, and making a decision. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
Sorry, no closing comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Staff, do you have any closing comments?
Staff have no closing comments. Thanks. Thank you.
Great. Okay. And council, do you have any questions to staff? I'm not seeing anybody on the list. So we are now looking to make a decision. Is somebody prepared to move the recommendations?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Delminato. And seconded by Councillor DiGenova. We are now into debate. I'm not seeing anybody on the list to do that. So council, I feel I could just ask the clerk to move us to a decision, please. Councillor Dominato, you haven't yet. Okay. So that that does carry with 2 in opposition, Councillor Swanson and Councillor Hardwick. So
Motion to adjourn.
yes, that is exactly what is next on the agenda. So there's I'm hearing a second. All in favor? All sorry, did you catch that? I think it was Kirby Young in that moved it, and Councillor DiGenova seconding it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Aye.
That has carried unanimously. This meeting is now adjourned.
Good night, everybody.
Thank
Good night,
Council.
everybody.
Thank
Everybody.
you, staff.
And
Night,
thanks,
everybody.
staff, for staying extra late.
Yeah, we really appreciate that.
Right all.